Kia ora, good morning everyone. Welcome to our Puna Kōrero meeting for the 25th of May 2023. Just noting that Taku is online, so I'll ask Jeff to lead us in the opening karakia.
Atamari kia ora koutou. Kia ora taku, get well soon. Let's start our karakia timatanga. Toru, wha, whakatakata hou ki te uru. Whakatakata hou ki te tonga. Kia mā kina kina ki uta. Kia mā tātara ki tau. E hi ake ana. Te atakura, he tio, he huka, he hauhu. Tihei mauri ora. Kia ora.
Thank you very much, everyone. So just beginning with apologies. So I'm noting that Taku Parai is online. I've also got apologies for lateness from Councillor Thilo and Councillor Johnson. I will move those. So I have a seconder. Thank you very much, Councillor Waddle. All in favour? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you very much. Public forum. We don't have any requests to speak in public forum. I know we do have a number of speakers today, but they are all on specific agenda items. Conflicts of interest. Are there any conflict declarations? No. There are no items of extraordinary business. That brings us to the confirmation of minutes from the 4 May 2023 Puna Kōrero meeting. I'll move those to get them on the table. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Hayward, thank you very much. Are there any corrections or changes to the minutes? No, all right, I will put them. All in favour? Opposed? That is carried. That moves us to item 7.1, Children and Young People Report. Now, just note very quickly before we get into this, we've got a number of items today. So just so councillors are aware, we will move through the first two items, Children and Young People, and hearing of submissions for the Reserve Management Plan review of Arnold Park and Titahi Bay Beach Reserves, before going to an early break, and then we'll get into the annual plan hearings after that. So, the Children and Young People Report, I'll move it to get it on the table. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Ford, thank you. And I will hand over to Sam to get us started.
Kia ora, the Children and Young People Report on programs provides information and updates on two projects, and I'll take the report as read and ask that the report is received. Through the chair, I'd like to table attachment 7. The Word doc attachment was loaded against the original report, so Diligent has the current attachment. So just that final number 7 report. The first project provides an update on the Young People's Fund and includes the accountability reports from the successful recipients of the 2021-22 funding round. The Tier 2 recipients provide a written report on completion of their project, and the Tier 1 recipients provide a combination of oral and written reports over a 3-year period. They've been invited here today to talk about their projects to date. So first up, I'll just invite Linda Knight-DeVloy to tell us about the Porirua East Kahui Ako Hauora program. So Linda, if you can, next to me. Kia ora, welcome. And Peter O'Connor is with Linda.
Tēnā koutou katoa, ko Linda Knight-DeVloy se hou, ko te tumuaki o te kura o Glenview, me te co-lead o te Kahui Ako Porirua East. And just quickly, so Porirua East Kahui Ako is a network of 13 schools now. We work with 11 early childhood centres. There are 10 of those schools currently implementing our Hauora project in different degrees. 2 of those schools, of course, supported by your Young People's Fund, 1 college and 1 primary school. So firstly, and most importantly, we just want to express our heartfelt thanks, our deep appreciation for your support and for your recognition of the potential that this work has to impact our tamariki, our rangatahi of Porirua. The late, great Celia Lashley often would say that the answer lies in community. So I often think of her words, and our local people are integral to the success of this project. The project was born out of our belief that our tamariki and rangatahi with mental health challenges, dysregulated behaviours and oversensitised stress responses will heal, settle and engage well in school best through whanaungatanga, manakitanga, haumarutanga, and aroha. So daily doses of relational connection with people that they feel safe with. And we believe that this will be more powerful, in fact, than irregular visits to usually palangi, qualified professionals that they don't know in a place that they don't know. So, most importantly, what has been the impact of this work so far? So we have had multiple reports that the engagement and behaviour of children of our rangatahi at the high school level is overall much calmer this year. There have been fewer fights in 2023. The numbers of these incidents of aggression also reduced throughout 2022. Students are attending school more often and in class more frequently. For some students, the impact has been very quick, and they have been discontinued, for want of a better word, from the program so that other children can step up and take their place. And this is because staff feel that they are now much more settled, they're engaging better in class, they're staying in class. I should just note that, so we have the 2 schools targeted by this fund, and for want of a better word, we have 30 students as target students at any one time. But as I've said, those places are fluid as children stand down from the program and other children take their place. So we have some additional student and staff voice. There was some included in the written report, but we have some more recent voice that we'd like to share. So I'll share some from one of the schools first, and then I'll hand over to Peter to share some of the voice that he has as well. So from one school, they talked about 6 children coming off the program because they didn't see the need anymore, although those children were popped back for a chat, Weet-Bix, Milo with the staff. They were now very settled in class, and they were all showing increased attendance and improved results. This teacher talks about one child who was in class reading when she went in. "Wow, it's so good to see you in class reading," she said. The child said, "I like being in class now." This child had spent most of the day previously out of the class and hiding. His attendance had been poor, but he's now in class 100% of the time. No truancy, huge success. Another comment. Another child has spent a lot of time truant. This child is 8 years old, but now has shown incredible understanding about feelings. They've included the Te Ara Whakamana program, which is an educational program born out of the Hawke's Bay, which makes those culturally relevant Te Ao Māori links for the children. The teacher said he knows that he's in the red zone often, but he says, "Oh, I just deal with it now. There's no more truancy and a totally different demeanour." And she's mentioned that now they have taken 5 new younger children on to the program. And so now for our other school.
Yep.
Is our place. I come in here, grab some kai, talk with the teachers like they're my whānau, and then I go to class. Now I feel good about school and about me. So that was a student who was truant more often than not and quite disruptive and unattended at school. Here's a quote that I got from a 13-year-old girl who had had a number of problems with both depression and dysregulated behaviour. "When I feel unsafe, I come back here. I almost got into a fight last week, but it was like my red brain talking like stupid. I came and talked to Latu, and we talked about my feelings and different ways of reacting. Like that's my green brain thinking straight." And then a quote from Latu Tuamanga, who's leading the program, and he was telling me how some teachers told them that they really wanted it for all 600 students in the class, but that was just a little bit of a big call. So they ran sessions for the teachers around how they could include neuroscience thinking in their day-to-day class teaching. And now they're telling Latu that that's making a huge project, that they're beginning to understand what's going on inside the heads of these kids, and how to make sort of more lasting connections with them. And so, then another teacher was telling me that just after 3 terms, that the mood and the whole school has just become a lot calmer, so that people can really focus on learning and just thriving in the school.
And just finally, I just want to say, although we have 30 students at any one time who are officially on the program, the impact, as Peter has alluded to, is much wider, because training staff and trauma-informed practice and neuroscience and education is a key part of the program. So all our staff across all our schools are receiving that training. So we believe we're beginning to see the impact on hundreds of tamariki and rangatahi. Kia ora, that's all from us right now, but happy to answer any questions.
Yeah, thanks very much. I'll just check if there are any questions. Councillor Hayward.
Kia ora, Lynn and Peter. Kia kōrero. It sounds extremely encouraging, and please pass on the thanks to Latu, as well as the work of the Pakahui Ako as well in the initiative. I'm going to put you guys on the spot. Mm-hmm. Looking at this in the context of he whare tapa whā, hauora paiora ake, is this a trigger for, say, central government to note the role of having dedicated doctors and medical professionals attached to the schools directly to help with the overall needs, so that these emergent issues don't become so necessary to have a pilot program like this in the first place?
Of course, it would be awesome to have all that funding, to have a whole spectrum of health, mental health professionals in our schools. I think the key to this program is that we don't necessarily need those people that have those qualifications behind their name. We are seeing the result from our support staff in particular, are the ones interacting with our children. And it's that relational connection with the people that they really feel safe with that is making a difference. So yes, we have Catherine Burkett, who's a psychologist, neuroscience educator, who works alongside me, and we work with our support staff, but that's more about not so much telling them what to do, but actually explaining and illuminating why what they do naturally works for our children. So, hey, yes, let's signal to central government all we can that we need more resources in our schools. And I have to say that we're beginning to attract interest from educators throughout the country just within the next few days. Today I have someone who works with a high school in West Auckland coming to visit. Tomorrow I have 3 people from an intermediate in South Auckland coming to visit, and on Tuesday we have the principal of Papakura High School, who you may have seen has been in the news over recent months for some incidents of unwell young people, and he's coming to visit at the college on Tuesday. So we are attracting interest from educators, from local ministry officials. We'd love to have more interest from Central Ministry of Education and Ministry of Health. Thank you.
Cool. Councillor Ford.
Talofa lava, Linda and Peter. My question is just around the 8-year-old who is truant. To me, that strikes me as not necessarily the child, but the parent. Mm. Is there any way that you work with the parents, I guess, to try and, stop that cycle?
Yeah, so definitely more work with whānau is definitely a next step for us. We need to do more of that. Just on the truancy, the Ministry of Education has a regional response fund, and we received some funding for terms 1 and 2 this year. We still haven't heard. We're hoping for some more funding for term 3 and 4 to appoint an attendance kaimahi who is specifically focused on the children in year 1 to 4. So exactly as you say, that's not about the children. That's about the whānau. It's about the adults. So we are targeting that. Mm.
Mayor Baker.
Thank you. it sounds like the program's going really well. Really pleased to get the feedback. If you had more funding, could you cope with doing more? Or is it more about the numbers of teachers and what's available? Obviously, there's more kids, but if you had more funding, could you cope?
I think what we're starting to realise, because it has grown, is that we do need to build in funding for the admin, the oversight. So we're beginning to do that. So I think, it's all about economies of scale. So if we were to scale it up, we would just need some more resource put into the management, the training, the admin. Yeah, definitely could cope with it.
Cool. Well, thank you very much to you both for coming in and speaking. It sounds like it's going really well, and we really appreciate it. So cheers. We'll move on to our next speakers. Thank you. All right, I believe next we have Madeline.
So we have Madeline and we have Alistair, and they are from, have come to present on behalf of, I always find this a mouthful, Ngā Uri o Whiti Te Rā Maila Moana Trust.
Kia ora ana. Kia ora. Yes, I am Madeline Samuel Pesifea from Ngā Uri o Whiti Te Rā Maile Moana Trust. The name means descendants of the rising Pacific sun. So that incorporates, it comes from the rōpū Ngā Uri o Whiti Te Rā, which was a kapahaka rōpū from Porirua College that started there, was established there in 2013. The name was gifted to the rōpū, and then later on down the track it became a trust. We wanted to extend it so it didn't just look like it was just for Māori here in Porirua, where Maile Moana came in. So Maile Moana is basically the Pacific. Our hub is called Le Malanga o Moanaroa, our office, and that means Journey of Pacifica. Moanaroa is our take on the Pacific Ocean, so Moanaroa is our name. Pacific is not our name. So basically that means if you put your foot in the water, wherever you come from, you're connected to the ocean, this is your space. So you don't necessarily need to be Māori or Pacifica. So that's a quick brief, okay? Right, let's get on to this. Thank you very much, Council, for your koha, for your funding towards our office, towards our hub, our trust and what we do. With that funding, we were able to grow and develop. As you know, last year was our very first year, and we kind of thought we'd have 2 to 3 years as our pilot year. Well, we went in fast and furious, and it was a challenge, but because we're all sons and daughters of Porirua, that's what we like. So thank you very much for the funding, because that enabled us to develop and grow some of the programs that we do. So I'm going to start off with one of our pillars, which is called Moana Creatives. So we have 4, and I heard you mention wharetapa whā. So we have 4 pillars. I'll quickly touch on that. Moana Creatives, Rainbow Creatives, Education and Community. So it works like te wharetapa whā, where each of those pillars can work into each other, and we need a balance in those areas, okay? So we come from a Māori and Pacifica point of view, a view of our lens, because that's what we know, and that's what heals. We find healing. We can take a holistic approach when working with our community, especially our rangatahi. So one of the pillars, Moana Creatives, we were able to develop, that's the performing arts, we were able to develop workshops in Cook Island dancing, kapahaka, Samoan siva, tonga, Tongan dancing as well. Now, you might think, oh, that's just dancing, but, there's well-being, exercise, there's mental health, there's discipline, there's leadership. And our rangatahi that approach, that join this, they're from different ethnicities. So if you're Māori, you can jump in any one of these cultures. If you're Samoan, any one of these cultures. All we want is your heart and your commitment. Part of the mental health approach to it is that a lot of our songs that we have, in particular with our kapahaka, are written by the kids. And it's them bringing out what's going on with them. We hear, this generation is not our generation. Our values and principles of our ethnicity, our culture, our upbringing stay the same, but how we practice it changes with each generation. So this gives the rangatahi a chance, an opportunity for their voices to be heard through waiata, and for them to tell the story through their actions. So they're developing leadership skills, they're developing discipline. It's also keeping them focused and the hope is that they retain those skills into their schooling. There is like this unofficial contract that's like, you can come, but make sure you do good at home. Make sure, because if mum and dad aren't happy, that you don't come. So there's the respect issue, the trust issue there. Now, yes, we work with rangatahi, but we're more about whānau wraparound services as well. So the parents are more welcome to come, although sometimes the kids don't want them to be there, and some of the parents join in with us. But that's how we do Porirua. I'd like to say we're really connected, but sometimes it's just being nosy. So these are the workshops that we do. And it's not just based around dance, okay? So it's fully the arts. It's even, it's reconnecting the disconnected as well. A lot of our children who are born outside of New Zealand or born here, but are of an ethnicity outside of New Zealand, this is a way for them to reconnect. Okay, and we bring in our mamas and papas, our elders, to come in and teach as well. Part of that with the Moana Creators is we have a mamas and papas workshop. So that's our elderly, okay? So in lockdown, we saw with the bubbles, thank you, bubbles were great. But for some of us, our parents live by themselves. So they were isolated. So we wanted to do something for our elders. So part of what we've come up with is we have a mamas and papas workshop where they can come in, fellowship, bring their crafts and do their crafting amongst themselves. But then the next step to that is to then teach the next generation. So my generation, his generation, because yes, believe it or not, we're not the same age. He's still in the 20s and I have a plus GST attached. Okay, so last year we ran a Te Waiwai workshop with our mamas and they taught the next generation. So that's the kokāra quilting. So that's about, you might think, oh, you're just sitting there and sewing, but a lot of the stories, the knowledge, the traditions come out of that talking that our elders do. We also taught the reo in kokāra, the kokāra reo. And again, that's the mamas teaching. And if you can imagine a classroom, a college, primary school, intermediate, it's not like that, okay? Not like that, but very, very much done traditionally how we would do it back home. We also had a Samoan workshop as well in teaching the ulas, which is the necklaces, so it's the beading, and we started weaving as well. So then, again, that's giving something back for their mamas and papas, and we're continuing this. The papas, you ask them and they'll say, just get the wives out of the house, give us some time out, but then they come and do some storytelling. And so that's briefly me. I'm going to pass this over to Ali.
It's working. Kia ora maloni, my name's Alistair. I'm the kai hononga oenuku or the Rainbow Connector at Ngā Uri o Whititera Maile Moana Trust. And so hakas in schools. So hakas in schools are our kapahaka and our poly programs that we run inside schools. They are taught by the rangatahi from the trust. And last year we sent out invitations to all the schools in Porirua. We received seven responses, and one of them being from out in the city as well. The kids are also taught, through a cultural lens, our kapahaka and our Polynesian dances and everything that encompasses within that. And they're also able to showcase these skills towards their parents and families at their end of year concerts and events. So the Wellington Vogue Ball, for those who may not know, the Vogue scene in the queer community is a form of dance or expression that we use to express ourselves and whatever that may be towards that person. So this was an opportunity for our Wellington ballroom community, which is a collective of our queer Pacific youth, as well as Māori and everyone really, the rangatahi of Wellington, to hold their first ballroom event in Wellington. So we were able to support them. This event attracted over 200 people from all walks of life, all backgrounds, and it was an opportunity for us to showcase our skills, to be around people that we can relate to, and just to be our true authentic selves. We also attended the Whine Festival in 2022 last year. We took Oropu up to perform and support the kaupapa. So this Whine Festival was held by Felicia Brown Acton, a very strong activist in the Pacific and LGBT communities. So we went up to just go and support, take part in the workshops, and to be our true, authentic selves. We also attended the Hui Takatapui last year in 2022 as well. We took 12 queer youth to this event to not only perform, but to take part and connect with each other as well. It was an awesome opportunity to meet other people from different organizations around the motu, and just to create those relationships, as well as, fostering the authenticity of being ourselves. And that was an awesome opportunity for us as part of the trust and the people who are involved, the youth as well.
So the last three events that Ali just mentioned, they're part of our Rainbow Pillar. Part of the Rainbow Pillar, one of the programs that we have run in there is our kakai session, kakai night, which is a take off the talanoa, because talanoa is really overused throughout the country. Everybody's having a talanoa this, talanoa that. So we took on kakai, which is Cook Island for have a feast. So that can mean food and the kōrero. Bring in the food, everybody comes. So that session is, those nights are for our Pasifika, Māori, and really anybody else who fits into the rainbow community to come along, and we hold wellbeing sessions those nights. That is a travelling night, so we do Porirua, Wellington and the Hut, because we support all Porirua Hut, but we've got family out in the other areas that don't have those services. And just to mention, we are the only Māori and Pasifika rainbow organisation here in Porirua and in Wellington. So thank you for the funding. So on those nights, we look at their wellbeing. We're all about trusted faces, trusted spaces. So we've been able to connect a lot of these kids, but it's not just the kids, it's also the family as well. So there's myself learning and getting educated on what it means to be a parent of a rainbow child and how I can better help my child, because that's scary waters. And those teachings and the education doesn't come from a book, it doesn't come from a theory, but it comes from other parents with the lived experiences. So that's what we're drawing in. We're drawing in our families, our community to come along and let's make this space better for our children. So it's a progression round. We started off and then it kickstarts and it keeps going. So now the lot that were part of Kakai last year, they're now leading a lot of our events. We held our very first retreat last year, Rainbow Retreat. It was just supposed to be for Wellington, but we had people from Auckland, Gisborne that came down, and we were able to run wellbeing workshops there around trauma. So we had the professionals who came in through a cultural lens that came through to lead those workshops. This year we held our second retreat, and we are now national because we had Christchurch attend. And that's not through us hitting up the different organisations, but that's through the magic of social media. So we are taking a youth approach on how to reach, because although I'm 21 plus GST, I can't reach a 21-year-old kid, young person, but people of their age know how to reach them. So we're taking that approach. So thank you again for the funding, because that helps out heaps. But this year we have doubled with our kapahaka in schools and polyclub in schools, so we're now hitting 12 schools now, and we've had invitation from the Hut as well. Everything has exploded. We're full speed. We're off to the Netherlands next month to not just represent Aotearoa, but also the Cook Islands and Samoa, and of course Porirua. So Council, can we have something with Porirua on it so we can wave that flag over there? So that's those, and we're taking the kids that joined our Ropu, our kapahaka performing arts. They didn't know it, but we monitored them, and the ones who commit, the ones who show excellence or try to be a better version of who they were before, are the ones coming with us. And yes, they are 18 years and above with parental consent. Kia ora.
All right, thank you very much. I will just very quickly, if there are any questions from councillors before we move along. No, it doesn't look like there are, but thank you very much. That was fantastic, and really appreciate the work that you guys do. That was really, really cool. So yeah, all the best. All right, so that brings us to our final speaker on this item, Kyle Gardner.
So So Kyle Gardner was one of our mahi rangatahi students from last year when we first implemented this program. This year we have a total of 8 students across quite a few roles within council, and I'd just like to acknowledge Tara, who can wave up the back. She's in our children and young persons team this term. But Kyle's come in to speak today about his experience and how he found the mahi rangatahi for himself last year, and so I'll just hand it over to him.
Hello, my name's Kyle. Last year I was part of the program, and I got to experience what it was like being a service desk analyst here at Porirua City Council. And a bit of backstory to it is I was at Aotea College last year for my final year, year 13. I was doing all right at school. I was getting grades and stuff like that, but I kind of knew at a certain point that university was out of the option for me. I wasn't going to get my university entrance, and if I wanted to, I'd have to do extra credits to try to get in. But also being dyslexic, I found that really hard to push myself to get those extra grades. And now since I was about 5, I've known I wanted to do IT. I've always loved it. And so as soon as I got the opportunity to have an interview to try and get this position, I just jumped at that opportunity. And it really gave me an eye-opening to the world of IT and what it's like. And so I absolutely loved my experience here. I felt I got treated like family while I was here. I got involved with every single part of the IT department, and also got an amazing review at the end of it, which was absolutely amazing. But what has that led me on to? Well, now I'm actually currently an employee at Datacom, which is an IT company, and I'm a service desk analyst. I've been there for about 4 months now, and I'm absolutely loving it, and I'm using all the skills that I learnt from here at Porirua City Council in my job today. So.
Yeah, so congratulations to Kyle. He really grabbed the opportunity and put boots and all. We got to know him quite well. So it's fantastic to hear about your outcome. So yeah, and thank you very much for coming along today. There might be some questions.
Yeah, thank you, Kyle. Do we have any questions? Councillor Hayward.
Kia ora kōrero. Thank you for coming in, Kyle. I really appreciate the story. And also particularly your story as someone who has neurodiversity as well. The last time that this issue came toward the council table, I talked about the intersectionality of this issue with regards to people with disabilities. Neurodiversity sometimes gets, associated with that, but it's not necessarily the same thing. And diversity and disability can mean a range of different things. So my partai is, has there been any additional work on looking at interconnecting with those high schools around those who have physical disabilities, again, who will also face challenges about employment, and expanding the program to cover those individuals as well?
How the Mahi Rangatahi project works is we work with the 3 schools at the moment, Mana, Porirua and Aotea, and we basically ask the teachers and the guidance counsellors for the Mahi Rangatahi who come on the program. So we don't choose them, they get chosen through the school process. So it's an open process for anyone who would like to come. They have to go through a formal sort of situation where they present for an interview, just like you would in any other job. Some of the students don't always succeed, but some do, and will come on to the work program. So it's a very intense program with a manager and a mentor throughout the whole process. So it does take quite a bit of time. So coming back to that original question you just asked, it's really up to the schools who they send, but it is mostly through Gateway. So we do tend to get kids that are probably struggling a little bit more at school, or have, like Kyle said, have decided on a different path. But we would love to expand it, and it's quite an intense program, and it obviously it requires all of council employees or council to be part of it.
All right, any other questions before we wrap up on this? No, I don't think so. Thank you very much. And thank you again to all of our speakers. This was a really fantastic item. I've enjoyed this a lot, and we really appreciate you giving your time to come along. And just before we move along as well, I just want to acknowledge that on something like this, we can never provide funding for absolutely everyone that we would love to. But Sam, I actually just wanted to acknowledge that there were a number of other groups that you've done some great work around securing other funding for as well outside of the council, and I just want to acknowledge that and thank you, because it's really important work. I I think at this stage we're just receiving this report. There aren't any decisions to be made here. So with that in mind, I will put the motion. All those in favour? Opposed? That is carried. Thank you very much. All right. And it looks like we're pretty much perfectly on time. Moving on to item 7.2, hearing of submissions for the Reserve Management Plan, review of Arnold Park and Titahi Bay Beach Reserves. I will move it to get it on the table. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Hayward, thank you. So we have 4 oral submitters who are going to speak to this. So each of the submitters have 5 minutes to speak, noting that our final submitter is a joint submission, which we have 10 minutes between 2 people. There will be a bell that rings after 4 minutes. That 5 minutes includes question time as well. So if you hear that bell ring and you want some questions to be asked, that's a good time to wrap up to allow for questions. So I will begin by asking Josh Twaddle, if you'd like to come forward. Thank you.
Kia ora koutou. My name's Joshua Twaddle. I'm a father of 3 and I've lived in Titahi Bay for 13 years. And again, it's a privilege to live in this amazing location and being part of the Porirua community. And again, I thank you for the opportunity to talk about Titahi Bay Beach, a place that I've spent many afternoons and plenty of time with my children and just enjoying that space. And again, to talk about the reserves, which I know are a really important part of that beach area. I'm going to start with just the park area. I'm going to refer to as Roly Poly Park with my kids, and thankfully no injuries on that hill so far. And I think we can all agree, and I know there's probably lots of submissions talking about how great the park is. I see there being some small tweaks that could be added, potentially shade cover, given the nature of the sun in New Zealand. Whether that's for the children or if there's an opportunity to put something in for the people who are using the barbecue and watching the children. I think that could be a really simple addition. I guess the next idea was building on the focus that you have around putting children at the heart of the city, and I really love that. And I think that playground, is there an opportunity to extend on it and add to it? The goal for this being potentially catering for the older children, for the teenagers, and in my submission I've put the idea of a pump track to the north of the playground. Again, I've seen a number of these tracks being implemented across the Wellington region, and I know that again they're just something that kids can come and enjoy, and just being outside, being active. I do think it's important that we talk to the children and we the kids and see what they want. So, and I know you're experts at that consultation. So that was just one idea I had, and I thought I'd put that on the table. The other part is pedestrian access, and again, with the kids in the playground, the proximity to that access road, I do feel that there could be some improvement, or in terms of the ways that the cars kind of moving past the playground are thought about. And I know there has been some work in the Fantome Street project. So some of those components, could they be implemented and used for me to slow down the traffic? And at the moment, I feel like that area is very car focused. I think a lot of the time when you're down there, you're kind of walking through the turning bay. You've got a sloping, very thin footpath. And I think even widening that footpath, my son mentioned to me, he's like, man, yeah, it's really scary, and you're going down that path, especially when it gets angled, you feel like you're going to fall off onto the road, and, I'd hate for anything to happen. So, again, just thinking about that interaction, and again, thinking about the pedestrians, because now that, again, the cars aren't accessing the beach, which again, I applaud the move to take them off the beach. It's really made a massive change. Can we think about that and consider that in this review? And the next for me, it's really thinking about the whole area and making it a space wanting to spend time at. I mean, I went down the other day, and people are sitting on the bank just near the toilets, but looking to just make it a space. And it's such a special space and the natural beauty, but there could be some really basic things that we could do around that area. And again, building on that, I do see there an opportunity to make access to the Upper Arnold Park better. Like the pathway up isn't great, and if anyone it's just, I think the pathway up there would be great. I'll leave it at that.
All right, got time for one or two questions if there are any. No questions? All right, thanks very much, Josh.
Cool, thank you.
Next, we've got Kay Ryan.
Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Ko taratahi tōku moanga, ko rumahanga tōku awa, no whakaori ori ahau. Kei whanganui atara tōku kaianga anai. Ko Kay Ryan tōku ingoa. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Morena, I'm Kay Ryan. I'm the chairperson of Tatahi Bay Surf Lifesaving Club, and this is my colleague Deborah Donkin. We're both proud members of the club, and in fact we are lifeguards at Tatahi Bay Beach. Today, up front, what we're here to ask you for is consideration that you would consider Tatahi Bay tagging some land for Tatahi Bay as part of your planning for a new surf club. We've been there since 1938, our Surf Lifesaving Club. We have over 375 members, with over 220 members of ours being under 19 years of age. That's 220 kids that we keep busy at least 3 times a week, if not more. We provide them with vital life skills, and we provide a service to our amazing community. We have 86 qualified lifeguards, 7 IRB drivers. We have 35 people with advanced surf lifesaving qualifications in terms of first aid, and we're beginning SIMS training for many of our people so that they can help in our communities. In the last couple of years, we've rescued 12 people at our beach and assisted 28 people back to shore. We've also assisted the public using our preventative actions over 8,000 times. Our current lease expires in under 10 years. We are in the coastal erosion zone, and I don't know if you went to the beach on Saturday, but the water was lapping almost at our door. We have massive growth in our club, and we're outgrowing our club. Our club is also not best placed at the moment to keep our members of our community safe. So we would like to partner with the Porirua City Council, and we request consideration of reserving land at the north end of the beach for a new surf club. We're open to using to shared community spaces as part of a new build. We get requests often for community groups wanting to use our club, and we'd love to partner with our community as well. And finally, we'd like to explore the opportunity of incorporating community services with our club, such as toilet blocks or outdoor showers into the future. There's many surf clubs across the country that we visit that have amazing facilities that are co-shared with local government. Thank you for your time.
Thanks very much, Kay. Councillor Hayward.
Thank you for coming in and actually making the actual offer to start that process. So it's very encouraging to see that happen. My partai is, you say that the lease ends in 10 years, and obviously there's a certain amount of time before sea level rise makes the existing space really no longer fit for purpose. What is the date that you guys are thinking is when you need to, be out of that current space? I'm not talking about leases and so forth. I'm talking about the suitability of that space.
So we'd need to be out of the space in the medium term. I'd say 5 to 7 years. We will need to be moving from the current space that we're in.
Okay. And just again, totally understand the point about wanting to share and coordinate with the community and use the space for shared purpose. Has the surf club looked at how it's going to contribute in terms of financial support, in terms of the actual building of the site and so forth, because there'll be facilities that you will have to fit out and so forth. What can you give a expansion on that work so far?
Absolutely. So we have a number of, we have been ferreting away funds for some time. We have money on term deposit so that we are planning towards the future, and the next 2 years we will need to be really pushing into a design for a surf club, which Surf New Zealand help us with. We'll be seeking government funding for a new surf club and working through those processes in terms of design, etc.
Okay, guys. Thank you. No more questions.
Anyone else before we move along? No? All right. Thank you very much. We appreciate your time. Could I invite up our next speaker, Murray Wright? And I'm just noting there's a PowerPoint presentation for councillors on this one as well.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for having me here today. Beautiful Titahi Bay. Key points. That's right. Number one, years of plans, tons of consultations, and very little action. 2, beach reserve plan, now only a part area plan. The reserve used to be from Rukatane Point to Vela Street boat sheds. Number 3, recently upgraded. The pathway, built in 2012, the playground, and Bothamley Avenue, the seating, car park and handrails. 4, the surf club had to erect their own safety wall. 5, cars off the beach, thanks to the Residents Association. 6, landslides always a susceptibility. 7, using weed killer is expensive and dangerous. 8, no transparency for the White House Road pipe renewal, which has a bearing on the reserve. 9, cable house, left to rot like the Marines and Teriti halls. And 10, pump station stink and beach constantly smelly. Hi, flick it, right? Oh, good. Oh, no, wrong one.
That one too, isn't it?
That's it. Recently upgraded. The pathway was recently upgraded because it was unsafe. And many years of promises. It doesn't matter. Many years of promises. It just shows a map of Titahi Bay. And in 2023, nobody knew about this consultation packet done about the South Beach Access Road in Arnold Park by consultants. It's very, very interesting. High tides damage beach and buildings. High tides are more frequent. You can see around the surf club where they had to build their own wall. Frequent high tides. Frequent high tides wash away buildings, boat sheds and plants. And the next one is May 23, and that is South End with the boat sheds being hammered by the waves. Blocked stream South End, North End and Tom's Road, and the blocked pathway in May 2023. Thank you, Porirua City Council, for cleaning these areas so promptly. It was great. High tides wash away grasses and cause erosion. Seawall needs to be extended along the south end of the beach. Projects, plants, and plans, but no action taken to improve erosion and landslips that are getting worse. There are a number of stormwater pipes going through the reserve down to the beach. And the report did stipulate that there was it wasn't susceptible to landslides. Weed killer on protective grasses pollutes the beach and wastes money. You can see how they're killing it off. There is a good plant coverage in this area. Why destroy it? New plants will wash away, mature plants protect. Deadly nightshade is poisonous, and blue convolvulus strangles native plants and grows in abundance along the path. The reserve plans do not mention Cable House and the protected land. Cable House, like the boat sheds, is an historic feature in many beach photos. The house was built when a telegraphic cable was laid across Cook Strait in 1917, and Jill Nixon sold Cable House and surrounding land at a cheap price and stipulated it was for community use. Jill Nixon wanted land and history protected for the community. Cable House left to rot like the Marines and the Treaty Halls. The four navigators' statues and the information sign are looking a bit sad. Plans and plantings versus pumps and pipes. Coastal planting won't cover up or beautify a beach which is regularly polluted. Why is the focus on beautifying the bay when old pumps and pipes regularly break down and pollutes our beach and reserve? Pump stations at each end of the reserve are not fit for purpose, but no money will be spent until 2040. Titahi Bay is a major health and safety issue. Council spends millions on consents, money that could be used to fix terrible pollution at Titahi Bay. These repeat reserve plans, look at them all, are a waste of ratepayers' time and money when over so many years very little has been achieved. I pray I will live to see the day when beautiful Titahi Bay is pollution-free. Thank you. And I have lived on the beachfront for 55 years. Thank you,
All right.
everyone.
Thanks very much, Mari. Are there any questions? No? All right. Thank you very much. That brings us to our final speakers, Graham and Wendy, who, yeah, again, I'll note as two speakers together will have a total of 10 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, my name's Graham Ebbett. I'm the chair of Titahi Bay Residents Association, and this is Wendy Leary, who's been a long-serving committee member on our organisation. And I suggest we do our bit as soon as we can, and then there'll be more time for questions. By way of background, my personal background, with our family home overlooking the beach, I've been intimately involved in beach management, or lack of it, since the late 1980s. I've seen the council's 1990 bylaw under the Harbours Act, no motor vehicles on beaches unless launching or retrieving, and its complete failure with 40 boat sheds at each end of the beach, and the riot caused by Ministry of Transport ticketing motor vehicles. I led the Titahi Bay Residents and Ratepayers Progressive Association community consultation process leading up to the Resource Management Act of 1991, and I formed the Titahi Bay Residents Association in 1995 to go to court to establish a car-free centre beach area, night curfew and protection of the fossilised forest in the Wellington Regional Council's Regional Coastal Plan. I drafted the rules for negotiation, and TPRA achieved settlement by year 2000 at a legal cost of $35,000. But management was rendered unworkable in about 2009 when Wellington Regional Council illegally shifted its jurisdiction to an invisible line in the sand about a third of the way down the beach. Below the line were the Wellington Regional Council rules, and above the line, no rules. That left no possible enforcement of its rules and uncontrolled motor vehicle thoroughfare end to end. Since then, the Regional Coastal Plan has been absorbed into the Wellington Regional Council's proposed Natural Resources Plan. But the plan replaced the previous agreed rules with driving or parking of motor vehicles on the beach prohibited, with exceptions, but launching and retrieving boats anywhere, anytime. TBRA has had to go back to the Environment Court and negotiate a mean high water spring tide boundary line for Wellington Regional Council jurisdiction, which allows enough room for motor vehicle access to boat sheds. The legal process has been difficult and drawn out because Porirua City Council withdrew from it, and TBRA has incurred legal costs of $49,000 as a result. The big picture of the beach now is attachment B. I should have had it overhead for you, but it's the Wellington Regional Council map 35, and you've got it yourself. No, it's not that one, it's before that. But anyway, you can leave that one up there, it's all right. Basically, the whole beach is a shaded area. It's a Category J geological national importance area for the fossilised forest. There's no driving or parking of vehicles in that area. In the centre of the beach is Area A, and that is an area where there's no launching or retrieving of boats. Our submission to the Porirua City Council District Plan is to increase that, to move that boundary of the northern end of that boundary of the no launching area to actually to the stream at Bay Drive, and that was done before the Regional Council settlement of the proposed Natural Resource Plan, which is the drawing you've got there. But the definition for mean high water spring tide has not yet been decided in Porirua City Council's district plan. So there's a possibility that the line along the bottom of the sandhills may be higher or lower, just depending on what the outcome of that is. And if it were reverted to the original ground survey, it would be right up against the toe of the embankments, and that would then be a non-complying activity in Wellington Regional Council jurisdiction and would require resource consent, if possible, to get it. Section 84 of the Resource Management Act requires every consent authority to observe and enforce the observance of its plan. So Wellington Regional Council must do that. And Porirua City Council's current operative district plan has a policy of requiring integrated management with its neighbours. So the simple answer is, to all this is to have motor vehicle rules for the reserves as much as possible the same as the rules on the beach for the Wellington Regional Council. And the proposed reserves plan, we've actually thought the best thing is to have it divided into two. Going north of the surf club, you've got in the red is the beach road, and that's being managed as reserve, and then there's a thin line to the left of it of reserve, and that the two be combined. They go to the Bay Drive entrance, and you'll see there at that point, at the Bay Drive entrance, you see it joins the Nixon property, and actually the little point of it there goes right in front of the last boat shed there, in front of it. So the whole of the entrance there coming in is actually reserve. And then there's a potential overlap with at that point, with the whatever the jurisdiction is for the regional council for its mean high water spring tide. So to avoid an invisible demarcation line on the sand, we suggest that the regional council rules apply to that reserve. Simple as that. Going south of the surf club, there's similar reasoning. The line of the red line of Beach Road there, and you can see that just there, on my fingers, at the boundary line of the motor vehicle restricted area there, and from that west of that point there is able to have parking in front of boat sheds if it's above the mean high water spring tide line. Our submission to the proposed district plan for Porirua City Council is that be a discretionary activity requiring resource consent, but much easier to get than anything to try and get resource consent in a non-complying activity. And really, I think you've got the rest of the submission. You can take it as read. And I'd just like to say, before Weenie speaks, that the planner's report, it's given some clarity to the two confusing consultation processes running in parallel, and I'd like to thank Matt for that that report. Sorry, Wendy, I took a lot more time than. That's okay. What would you like to say? You got 1 minute.
So, no, I get 5.
Okay.
If we need to go a couple of minutes into morning tea, that's okay. If you've got anything else that you want to say.
Yeah.
Cool. All right.
Okay. Am I switched on? Yes. Okay. I'd like to think so. I've been sitting listening. I've been Pitahi Bay has been my home base since 1956, so I've a few GSTs on some of you in the room here. And so we're going into our 4th generation of my family engaging in the bay, and the beach was an issue, as some of you know, for my mother, and I've carried on the crusade. I kind of sitting, listening and hearing Graham talk and looking at people, I recognise the glazed look of, my God, what this is so complicated, and what's this, what's that. I've been a member of the Residents Association for about 15 years, and I joined specifically because I am concerned about the ongoing issues due to what I perceive as inappropriate or lack of appropriate management strategies, and that actions taken historically by PCC tend to have been reactive rather than proactive. So it's taken me all these years to now fully appreciate and understand how complex the beach issues are, because, as Graham has indicated, we have 2 jurisdictions, Porirua City Council and the Wellington Regional Council, involved. These 2 jurisdictions seem to refuse to work together. We have the unique challenge of having 80 boat sheds, with boat shed owners expecting vehicular access, which, is not unreasonable, and the refusal of the PCC to engage in the court process that Graham's referred to. And I thank you, Kylie, for your comments last week in the Kapimana News about engagement in consultation. I think, my time and I've been coming to council meetings since the first mayor had the privilege or not of being removed from a council meeting by Mayor Whitford Brown. So I have been engaged in local politics for a long time, hopefully not asked to leave again, but however. I've grown up a little bit since then. I do believe that we do a lot of consultation. We have lots of plans, and then we do nothing. And none of the plans seem to they have lots of quite highfalutin names, but the reality is, what does it actually mean? What is it? And it doesn't seem to mean a great deal. We do a hell of a lot of talking and not a lot of doing, and I think Murray's alluded to that as well. Community consultation or engagement, whichever term you choose to use, should not be so hard. Residents or members of the TBRA should not have had to mortgage their homes in order to find the tens of thousands of dollars required to pursue a workable solution through the courts. Band-aids, which I see as bylaws, not in alignment with Wellington Regional Council rules, seeking feedback about what to do with half the beach, is deceptive and not sustainable. I fail to understand why the beach is not seen in its entirety so there is consistency across the whole process. You, our elected representatives, do not keep biting the hand that feeds you. Please set future plans based on legal process and with good integrity. And that is all I have to say.
Thank you very much. I will give councillors the opportunity if anyone has any questions. It doesn't look like there are any, and thank you very much to both of you.
Thank you.
Cheers. All right, so that brings us to the end of this item. Again, I'll remind councillors we're just receiving the submissions today and noting that the hearing schedule is subject to change. There's no substantive decision, so with that in mind, I will put the motion. All in favour? Opposed? That is carried. Okay, we're going to move now into our morning tea break. Coming back, we have our annual plan hearings, which is scheduled to begin at 10 o'clock. So we will resume at that point. So for now, I will adjourn the meeting. Okay, cool. Thank you, everyone. So we are now moving into item 7.3, hearings on the annual plan. I will move the report to open for discussion. Could I have a seconder? Councillor Duncan, thank you very much. So noting that we have 10 oral submissions today that will be speaking to their written submissions. Speakers have 5 minutes to speak. You'll hear a bell at 4 minutes. That 5 minutes includes time for questions. So if you hear that bell and you'd like some questions, that's a good time to wrap up your speaking at that point. And I'll remind councillors as well, opportunities for questions of clarification, but no debate with the speakers. So we will begin with our first submitter, Ian Gear. And if you just note if you push the button, there should be a green light that comes on. Cool. I'm not sure if that...
Right, okay,
Perfect.
now
Thank
we're
you.
working.
Fire away.
Good morning. Mayor, councillors, staff members, thank you very much for setting aside this small amount of time for me. I would, in commencing, make a comment that I think is very pertinent to the council. I was sitting this morning having coffee with part of the village council in Plimerton, as we call ourselves, the village elders, and I had two people say to me, I started to make out a submission and I put it to one side and said, why bother? We never are heard. I've spoken to you about the matter that I'm here to speak about today previously, and I'm now going to raise the issue. A significant part of my property in Corriglen Rise was purloined by the council under the aegis of the RMA. I asked at the time repeatedly what provisions were going to be made for rates relief. And I'm not the only one in this council who has had our rights as landowners stolen from us. By the RMA, I appreciate at a national level you operating under the regional council plan. That's fine. But you have a policy on your books about Maori freehold land. Much of that land has now also become significant natural areas, particularly where I live, at the top of the Hongaweka Valley. You have a policy which allows for rates remissions up to 100%, and it is affected for unused Maori land. We now have unused Maori land designated significant natural areas. I'm not asking for removal of the policy with regards to Maori land. I'm a champion of that. As I'm also a champion of the environment. But I can't do what I wanted to do with my piece of land at all without coming and seeking a resource consent. So I ask that from this point forth in this plan, council make the same provision and create an equity for Maori landowners and also other landowners of freehold land, providing for that 100% rate rebate. It is only fair. It's not my problem how you are going to address the fact that you provide that remission. You need to discuss that with central government, and God bless them at the moment, they're throwing money everywhere, so get in there today and ask before they close the books. I'm reasonable. I'm happy to work with council officers and councillors, if it's needed, to ensure that we get equity. If not, I'm going to hear more, I believe, of the words I've heard in speaking to some people with significant natural areas. I'm not going to worry about it, I've heard said in our community. I'll do what I want to do on my own property. That's not me. This is what I'm hearing. We need to address this issue collectively, and as I've said, I'm happy to work with you. The floor is yours.
All right, do we have any questions? No, it doesn't look like there are any questions, but thank you very much. We appreciate
So
your
I take
submission.
it the answer is yes. We'll work on it and resolve this issue. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, councillors and staff members. Anyone needs to talk to me, give me a call, as I'm sure Mr. Jason Wong is going to do later on today.
All right, thank you very much, Ian. Up next, we have Christine Stanley. Just down at the bottom.
Sorry, my glasses don't go that far. Kia ora, everybody. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm also presenting on behalf of my husband, Alan Gray, who is unwell. I have lived in Porirua for around 44 years in the same place, and my husband for the whole of his 86 years. The two titles of land we own at 299 and 325 Grays Road are farmed contiguously with land next door at 329 Grays Road. The land provides a rural backdrop to northeastern Pauatahanui Inlet and lies within several landscape protection zones. In all of those 44 years that I've been there, the rates have been a major budget item. The recent revaluations done by QV, and we realise that this is outside the council's bailiwick, have been affected by this council's proposed district plan and its allowing for further subdivision in the rural area. However, not all of the rural area is eligible for further subdivision or further building under this proposed district plan, and that includes the area where I live. It cannot be further subdivided in any way or further houses built on it. Also of note, the GWRC charges us for each title a general rate plus targeted rates for regional economic development, river management and transport. We know that these are not PC charges, but they are included in rates and we get charged for each title. We consider them another contribution to the regional common good. We also maintain significant native bush stands, unfelled since the days the Greys settled in the area, and we do extensive plantings as the budget allows, all for the common good. For the year ending the 30th of June 2023, our rates bill is just under $9,600, and the revaluations have doubled the capital value on both properties, and under the current proposal, we will have a rates bill of somewhere over $12,000. Each year, in addition, we budget for expenditure of around $7,000 for repairs and maintenance of our stormwater, wastewater and potable drinking water systems. And that includes water tank cleaning, we have 3 of them, maintenance of 3 pumps, a deep well bore, plus maintenance and cleaning of the septic tank, and repairs and maintenance of the water pipes themselves. We do not expect the urban sector to pay for these rural costs. However, this annual plan proposal is asking the rural sector to pay for the urban costs as well. Rural people are forced to use their water resources carefully. Few urbanites are metered to encourage better use. I am a founder and a member of the Guardians of Pauatahanui Inlet. I'm also a trustee of the Porirua Harbour Trust. I have many decades of experience in addressing the problems of Te Awarua o Porirua Harbour. The challenge of addressing sediment in the harbour lies with encouraging revegetation on privately owned land, which is mainly in the rural area. And I can speak from considerable experience that whilst many rural residents would like to revegetate their land, it is something that requires a lot of money over many years. Fencing on the hilly country of Porirua, costs currently around $45 for just 1 metre. There is also the cost of the plants, the preparation of the land for planting, the plant guards against hares and rabbits, and the ongoing maintenance of weed and pest control. So it's just a different take. So if the council truly wants to encourage rural landowners to plant for erosion and sediment control, riparian management, stream, river and harbour water quality improvement, then it needs to think about that cost and the fact that landowners pay for this out of their after rates budget. There is no reward for planting anything except pines. Summing up, I am happy to pay for the public or common good and have done so, particularly a healthier environment and a cleaner harbour, but only one sector is being asked to pay twice. Over the years of submitting to this council, I have had to repeat, and will do so again, that approximately 80% of Porirua City is zoned as rural, and we are around 2 to 3% of the population. Wellington Water does not cover the rural area. The rural sector does not have public infrastructure, which includes piped water, stormwater, potable water and wastewater. We have to do our own. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Christine. Does anyone have any questions? Mayor Baker.
Thanks, Christine. 2 quick questions. Did you object to your revaluation? Because I don't know whether they would have taken you as part of the whole of Pauahatanui and not
No,
realised
we
you could?
didn't. Unfortunately, we had illness in the family, and it was just we missed that boat.
Okay, and are you? I get what you're asking about the water. Are you with Ian on asking for the removal of the SNAs? For money.
No.
Okay, thank you.
Well, I'm not against what he's
No,
saying.
I know that, but I realise you're here for water.
We have several SNAs on the property. That's fine, and we have a couple of covenants as well.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, cool. Councillor Hayward.
Oh, sorry.
One quick question. How long have you been currently occupying at that site, 299 to 309 Grays Road?
Myself, 44 years. My husband was born on the land. So, yeah.
Right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Christine. Our next submitter, Tricia Knox. I think it's off. If you press it again,
Oh, sorry.
it's on now. Yeah.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. I just want to say this is my first time speaking in a forum like this, so forgive me if I rush it or stumble or do anything wrong. I just wanted to come and speak today. I've been a ratepayer in Porirua for 23 years. 15 years I was a residential ratepayer, and for the last 8 I've been rural. I have to admit, Porirua wasn't my first choice of city when we first got married, but we wanted to build our first house, and Porirua was where all the building was happening, so we came out here. We subsequently built our second and third house here as well before we moved into Pauatahanui. We've chosen to have a family and bring them up here, and I have to say that I have really grown to love this city. It's one of the most beautiful, I think, in the Wellington region. I'm also under no illusion that presenting my submission here today is in any way going to sway the outcome or the council's annual plan. But I felt so strongly about this that I had to put myself forward and at least let you, my elected representatives, know how this decision will impact not just our lives, but our neighbours and our friends as well. In the introduction to the annual plan on your website, you say, and I quote, "If we were to fund everything we budgeted for in our long-term plan, we'd need to apply a rates increase of 23%. That's not something we can do to our community in this economic time. Yet that is precisely what the rural sector is facing." When I initially read through the annual plan, I missed this, I have to admit. I was so incensed by the 9.71% increase that it completely escaped my notice until I had a second look and saw under the rural, at best, 23 average % increase. I agree with everyone that the water infrastructure needs to be upgraded, but most rural residents have their own water supply and sewage systems that they pay for and they maintain, they get consents for. In the village, we pay for the privilege of the Paranui sewage scheme. It feels as if every year the excuse is the same. Due to underspending of previous councils, we're now playing catch-up, ageing infrastructure, and so it goes on. If I thought for a minute that any increase was going to be used solely on fixing these problems, it wouldn't be such a bitter pill to swallow. Our rural roads are terrible. I have to drive at 10k through the village, and I fear I'm going to fall into a culvert every time I turn into Paikock Hill Road. It makes me especially nervous if I'm following a logging truck. All this because, as far as I'm aware, Porirua City Council and NZTA can't decide who should fund for the repairs. We were promised that Paikock Hill Road would also be done once the transmission gully was open. This road's been open for a year now and still no work beyond patch-up repairs. And now obviously we have logging trucks to contend with for the next 5 years. I bring this up because roading is one of the reasons that was used to increase the rural rating differential a couple of years ago. The increase in land valuations has been used as one of the factors contributing to such a huge increase. We are in a unique situation where we are zoned rural, but we don't have the acreage of other rural properties. The potential to subdivide is not one on offer, as it does not comply with the existing district plan, nor does it comply with the future district plan. There's no way that I can reconcile yet another increase with the services that we receive from Porirua City Council. Our rates have increased by more than 50% in the last 8 years. What we get back from the council has not. I would love to know what percentage of the rural rate take is actually put into the rural community. I don't need to remind you all of the cost of living crisis that we are all experiencing currently, the pressure and strain on our household income with everything that you pick up or every service that you use, the cutting of non-essential spending, the foregoing of nice-to-haves just to keep your head above water. It seems the council have never really had to do this, to cut out the nice-to-haves and focus on the absolute must-haves. Rate increases, I think, should never be more than inflation, yet for 23 years we've had to dig deeper every year. Even during the GFC, when our property prices dropped, we still got a rate increase. I feel there's a real lack of rural representation on the council. I'm unsure if any of the councillors actually live rurally in Porirua, in the Paranui electorate, and have councillors actually sat down and given real thought to how this is going to impact people. Sorry, is the rural sector not a valued part of Porirua City? Yeah, I won't do the rest. But anyway, thank you for the opportunity for speaking today.
Thanks very much. We do have a minute or two to spare, I think, if anyone does have any questions. Very quickly, Councillor Hayward.
In terms of being able to try and understand your personal situation, could you elaborate on how big the property you have and what do you do with that property at the moment? Do you farm it? Do you have an orchard? Or?
Well, no. So we live in the Pawatahanui village. So our property is around about 1,700 square metres. So it's not that much bigger than your average residential section. It's purely a home. We don't farm it. We just live on it like you would in Whitby or anywhere with a residential section.
Do you feel comfortable talking about how much you pay in rates each year?
Currently, I think we pay 5,200, 5,300. 1,500 of that is the component is the Pawatahanui water and sewerage scheme that we have to pay as well. We don't actually use the water, funnily enough, because we have tanks still from the old days. So, it's not something that we really tap into.
Okay, thank you.
Cool, thanks. And sorry, I just had one question very quickly. When you mentioned things like looking at the nice-to-haves that we could look at cutting, is there anywhere in particular around council spending that you think we're overspending at the moment that you'd like to see those cuts come from?
I mean, no, I don't want to talk. Yeah. No, it's
that's fair enough.
I think staffing is a big thing. I think I see a lot of engagement on Facebook, which is good, but I always laugh when I see your waste warriors come on the Facebook page talking about waste, and it just feels a little bit ironic, if I'm honest. I can't really tell you exactly what I think you should be cutting, but yeah, I think that there is room for cutbacks, definitely.
Yeah, that's fair enough. So I've got one more question from Councillor Wehapi before we move to the next submitter.
Thanks for coming in, Tricia. Do you get the recycling service where you are?
We do get the
Pawatahanui?
curbside, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Cool. Thank you very much, Tricia. Next we have Mary Jones.
Ngā mihi nui kia koutou. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to come and speak to you this morning, and thank you for reading and considering my submission. I'm not speaking to my submission, and the reason, well, not to the actual submission, and the reason is that my submission clearly outlines my position regarding the proposed rates increase. I think I've said very clearly what and why. My interest goes beyond this to the bigger picture. The council, in my view, as for all of us as individuals, no matter what role we have in life, is that we've only ever got two options facing us when we're managing finances. We can increase our revenue and we can reduce our outgoings. It's as simple as that. The council has defined its challenge as we are no longer able to provide the same services for the same cost as before. I would suggest that this is the problem the council faces, but the challenge it faces is in determining what additional sources of revenue the council can call upon to support it in providing the funding necessary to invest in robust water services and infrastructure without shedding services or generating debt. My key message to the council is the situation we are all facing was caused by the catastrophic failure by central government and local government to manage, maintain and invest in water services. As citizens, we too have failed in holding local and central government to account. What we are facing is failure to take action over time to ensure ongoing provision of an essential common good, that is our water supply and services. My submission calls upon the council to challenge the status quo and existing paradigms to enable an equitable solution, one that is democratic, fair and just. The current system is not. It has been great listening to my fellow residents here discussing what we face in the rural area. And when I read the annual plan, I was absolutely astounded at inherently unfair that was. And that's why I am here today. The council has an opportunity. It is absolutely the right time in history to challenge the huge inequities in the rating system. If you look at my submission, you'll see what I mean. There are options there. It is absolutely the right time to challenge the imposition of GST on rates. It is reprehensible that 15% of the income that residents here pay to you goes straight into central government. That needs to stop. It is absolutely the right time to challenge the government's role as property owner and ensure that the government meets its obligations and pays rates on its state housing, particularly given what this city does superbly well is supporting considerable numbers of very vulnerable people in this city. It is absolutely the right time to challenge the impact of government decisions in generating unprecedented increases in costs to ratepayers and residents, in this case the change to the property valuations framework to enable subdivision. It is absolutely the right time for central government, as recipient of community tax revenue, to provide funding to ensure restoration of this essential common good, that is our water supply and services. The problem is a collective failure. The solution can and must be a collective shared responsibility that is local councils and community working with government to scrutinise existing legislation and systems, to determine innovative, equitable solutions that share responsibility and the burden. Ernest Rutherford, when he was working way back over 100 years ago with his team to generate what we know now to be a scientific breakthrough, prior to achieving that, he said, we don't have much money, so we're really going to have to think. In spite of what we see with governments throwing out money like there's no tomorrow, maybe there is no tomorrow, maybe that's what we've missed. We don't have much money. Every dollar we are spending now is debt. So we don't have much money. So the burden, or not the burden actually, the responsibility that we all face is the best quality thinking, collaboration, innovation and collective energy to solve this problem. We all need to pitch in. This is the challenge you face and the challenge that I put to you. Ngā mihi mahana kia koutou katoa.
Thank you very much. I have a question from Mayor Baker.
It's really just a reply to you to say that all social housing pays rates, so they pay the same as everybody else. They're all valued the same way, so they do actually pay it. And I can assure you, every time we go to government, and we've been to both sides of government, we ask for GST off rates, and local government has asked as well. So we keep trying. So I just want you to realise we are trying hard.
Can I quickly respond to Anita?
Yeah, sure.
Anita, Josh was at a meeting of the Residents Association, and I acknowledged them when I raised it. I said, I believe it was Anita who raised this here. So I acknowledge your efforts in response to that, Anita. Absolutely.
Cool, thank you. Were there any other questions? No? All right, thank you very much, Mary.
Thank you.
All right, we're actually running slightly ahead of time. So next up we have Joanne Cross. We've got the two of you back to back, so feel free to do whichever one first and then you can switch to the other.
Mickey's going to help me.
Cool.
Thank you for having me. Sorry I'm not Diane. Yeah. She has to work sometimes. Okay, so should I do PRAs first?
Yes,
yep. Okay. So really, obviously you've already seen our submission, and I'd like to say that I'm representative of...
Sorry, could you just check, is the microphone, is there a green light?
There's a green light.
It is? Oh, okay, cool, no worries.
So I'd like to say that I'm representing PRA's position and also our wider community. A number of our community members are quite concerned about this issue. So just to pick out a few of the points that we'd like to make, Council said that if we were to fund everything budgeted in our long-term plan, that they'd need to apply a rates increase of 23%, and that's not something the community can do in these economic times. Unfortunately, that is what you're trying to do to the rural ratepayers. In fact, it's 25%. So I think that that's quite an important note for the rural sector of the community. Secondly, in recent years, we've faced the increase in the rates differential up to 80%, and we fought that twice, losing to the council in the second round. It was promised then that the differential would be phased in over 3 years, only to have that changed to 1 year. And that was without notice, and we thought that we'd already agreed that it would be 3 years at that point, and now we're having a further increase of 25%. At no point in this time have any of our services been increased or improved. In fact, some might say they've been decreased with TG and our roading situation. One of the key issues that we're facing is the blanket application of the costs associated with Wellington Water to all of the ratepayers, when rural ratepayers don't receive any benefit from that, and in actual fact we have to fund our own 3 waters. So we really feel that that differential is not fair to apply in that particular instance. So although maybe you might say that an 80% differential was fair generally because we're happy to contribute to the costs of the city, we feel that in the case of the 3 waters that that's really not actually a fair way to approach it. And I guess the other thing is I'd like to respectfully ask that you give consideration to all the suggestions that we made in our actual submission, rather than take up your time rereading our submission. Finally, I think the last thing I'd like to say is maybe the council and the community generally need to give some consideration as to what the implications are if the rural community dies because we're all forced to sell off our blocks into smaller pieces to pay for these huge rates increases. I know that the community generally thinks that that's a lovely amenity to look at and enjoy, and obviously if it starts breaking up into smaller plots, that will no longer be there. That's it. Do you want to add anything?
Kia ora koutou, my name is Michaela, commonly known as Mickey. I belong to the Residents Association of Porirua, and I've come along with Joe today to add some commentary to the submission that we made. As Joe said, we're representing our own community, and we have to say our community is getting increasingly frustrated, confused and frankly angry about the increases that are being applied to rural rates. We are being socked with a bigger increase in rates than the rest of the city. This is an increase that PCC said it couldn't expect the ratepayers to pay, but we are going to be paying it. We have no choice. We just don't understand why it is that our small sector of the community is being socked with these huge increases for, frankly, no services. We don't get water. We pay for our own water. We pay for our own sewage, and those are costs that we have to pay over and above these rates. And really, so the key issue is that there's a blanket application of costs associated with Wellington Water, particularly to all ratepayers, when rural ratepayers don't get the benefits, but we actually have to fund our own three waters as well. We might argue that that rural differential was fair across the other services provided by council, and we could talk about what those services are or aren't, but it's definitely not fair when it comes to services from Wellington Water. I also have to say that many of the sentiments of our people that we represent, the Resident Association, are that making the submission is futile, but we've chosen to come along and make our points anyway, simply to say something's got to change around the way rural rates are calculated. If the council really values the rural community and the work that we do to look after the environment, which many of us sincerely do at our own expense, then we would hope that the council would work with us to find an alternative to this pattern of rates rises, which is crazy, frankly, and is becoming unsustainable. I'll just give you some absolutely personal examples from Mulhern Road. Our road has a large washout in it. It's down to a single lane. We only have partial drainage. Obviously, we have no footpaths or streetlights. The contractor who cleared the lake at our gate recently conceded happily it was likely over 10 years since anyone from the council had looked at the drain. I've cleared it myself several times with a shovel, and I only called the council simply because the lake was covering the road. It had been underwater for several weeks. Own maintenance, and we don't call on council services, but we simply are being faced with paying more and more, which actually seems for less and less, and it simply isn't sustainable. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Does anybody have any questions? No? Oh, sorry, Councillor.
About, being a drop in property values since the QV valuations, and what would be the impact of reverting to the previous. Did you, as an organisation, or did you put out to the community that you could have objected to the new QVs or the new valuations that had come through? Because rates are obviously calculated on the new valuations. So, did anybody object to their new valuations? Do you know what that you know of?
Some people did object. Personally, I didn't object because to be honest, I couldn't see the point.
Yeah, I do know some objections were made, some on the grounds of obviously their properties weren't subdividable, they were within transmission corridors, or that the increase simply wasn't supportable when looking at the state of the property and the condition of the properties around it. So, yeah.
There was also one person who made a complaint about the valuation, believing it was incorrect, and they were advised they wouldn't hear back until October on this because it's too long a period, it won't happen in time. But yeah, generally speaking, I think that's far too long to have to wait for a response.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. And I believe that brings us to Jo, your personal submission.
Yep, so this is my personal, I'll just put my other hat on.
Cool.
And I've only got a few things. 2011, I reunited two pieces of land that had originally been one, so I currently pay rates on two properties in Powatahanui. On the 31st of March 2012, my rates were $7,614 for those two properties. On the 31st of March 23, this is the accountant, sorry, my annual rates bill was $14,896, at which point I started to worry. If this 25% increase goes ahead, my rates for next year will be $18,620. Quite a considerable amount of money. Both my husband and myself are retired and we live on our savings. The two properties have both gone up by 50% or more, but obviously my income hasn't gone up at all, and neither has my ability to pay the rates. So I feel it's a bit unfair that I'm expected to pay on this ever-increasing value that's not actually going to be realised until one day when I sell, which may be sooner if we keep going the way we are. So I'm in the rural lifestyle zone. that was changed last year, and my understanding is part of this increase is due to my ability to subdivide my property. To the best of my knowledge, that legislation hasn't actually gone through yet, so I can't actually subdivide it, and neither would I wish to, having just reunited it. Anyway, so again, that's an enormous amount of rates to be paying for something that I'm trying to protect and keep intact, and also planting constantly, riparian planting, etc., to improve it. In terms of what assistance I've had from Council and Greater Wellington, the riparian planting project, which has been a complete disaster. If anyone wants to come and look at it, they're welcome. The road collapse along the edge of my property, which you possibly are familiar with. We've been waiting 3 years now for that to be fixed properly. Obviously an interim measure was taken, but it collapsed within 2 weeks of having been fixed. So I guess I'd just like to ask the councillors to put themselves into my position and ask if they think that that's fair, and if that's even affordable. You know, I'm starting to look at the point where maybe we will have to resell that second piece of property. Not something I really want to do, and not something I think is of benefit for our community either. That's it.
All right, thank you. Does anybody have any questions? Councillor Hayward.
Okay, thank you, Joanne, for both your submissions, and Nikki as well. It's a similar vein to some of the questions I've asked earlier. So just to give me some context here, the collective land you hold, what's the total area we're talking here?
It's 2 5-hectare sites.
Okay,
So theoretically I could sell one if I wanted to.
Yeah. And so it's so that's what, 10,000 metres squared?
I think it's about 26 acres. I'm not particularly good with that type of thing.
And you were saying that your current rates bill, not what was proposed, is 14?
Is 14,896.
Okay. And you said you moved here in 2007, but have you been lived in Porirua before that?
Yeah. And I also have a commercial property in Porirua as well, and we won't.
Were there any other questions? Councillor Duncan.
Thanks very much for your presentation. Could you elaborate on that?
Certainly, you're welcome to come out to the house and we provided the fencing for that project. They provided the plants and the weeding. Unfortunately, they didn't actually do in 11. We've had 3 100-year floods, and now one side of it is completely washed out, and that's including based on the fact that we extended the size of what they asked us to give. So I think it was 1.5 metres that you were supposed to give, and we put 3 metres on each side. So it's quite a significant amount of land that was given up to the project. But if you come there now, and I'm happy to show you photos, it's basically all completely washed out on one side, and we're going to have to re-fence the whole thing.
All right, were there any other questions? No? All right, thank you very much to the both of you. We appreciate your submissions. All the best. Next up, we have Jackie Edkins.
Tēnā koutou katoa. Hope you can all hear me. Ko Jackie Edkins aho. I would like to make 3 points in my oral submission today on the annual plan, and specifically the rates increases as far as they affect the Porirua City Council rural community. The first is about inequity, the second is about affordability, and the third one is about transparency. I've seen a Facebook comment from one councillor to say that council's hands are tied because the proposed rural rates increases are a result of recent QV valuation increases. So I'd like to begin with that point, as others have. If you started with a blank sheet of paper, you'd be hard pushed to come up with a more inequitable and arbitrary method of setting rates than the current system of basing it on the value of property. This is because there's no real correlation between the services citizens receive from council and the value of a person's property. And the inequity is exacerbated when property values experience a high spike for one class of property, as has been the case for the rural community in the latest valuation round. I'm aware that QV is contracted by Porirua City Council to undertake valuations on your behalf, so that any concerns about specific valuations must be directed to QV, not to PCC directly. However, I would like to point out that when objecting to PCC or QV valuations, it's like going into a fight blindfolded. Whilst the householder must provide evidence as to why they object to the valuation, QV, on council's behalf, are under no such obligation to provide evidence as to why you came up with the valuation in the first place. On On the QV website, it mentions that they take into account a range of factors, including recent sales. Beyond that, it's up to the householder to analyse, surmise, and simply guess how the valuation was arrived at, all of which takes a huge amount of time and work to do. In the rural area, I analysed all the latest QV valuation increases in Flighties Road, Fernhill Drive, which is off Flighties, and some properties in Murphy's Road, which is directly opposite Flighties Road. This highlighted major disparities. The land valuation increases in Murphy's Road were around 55% on average, whereas the land valuation increases in Flighties Road were almost all above 100% and many in the 130 to 140% range. Again, one must make stabs in the dark as to why this might be, when the properties on these roads are so similar. Is it because at some future date, under the draft district plan, the properties in Flighties Road may be able to be subdivided further? If so, is it fair that rates increases in this round should be affected by the rise in land value based on some future subdivision potential, not yet realisable, that many rural residents have no interest in pursuing anyway? Many rural residents have lived in the area for many years or even decades and bought their land when values were relatively much lower. To have land values escalate so dramatically based on a handful of recent sales and other reasons outside an individual's control, and seeing this translate into disproportionately high rates increases is just unfair. Putting aside the question of inequity, there is also the issue of affordability. As the others have said, in the commentary to your annual plan discussion document, twice you state that you know a rates increase of 23% is a burden that you cannot put on your community in the current financial climate. However, that's exactly the burden you're proposing to put on your rural community as a bare minimum. Some will face rates increases of 37%. You seem to have forgotten that rural ratepayers are your community too. And having a piece of paper from QV saying that our land has doubled in value or more in the last 3 years doesn't put a single extra cent into anyone's pockets from which to pay these rates increases. It's not accessible income unless we sell up. I believe you need to find new ways to moderate this proposed rates increase in the rural community, whether it's by having more fixed charges or user pays or some other mechanism so that there is a much closer correlation between services received and rates contribution. And when it comes to the long-term plan, I'd also like to see the 70% rural differential reinstated for the smaller blocks. Finally, I would like to mention transparency and open democracy. You may have received fewer objections from the rural community to this annual plan because many are totally unaware of the very high percentage rates increase you propose. There was nothing in your commentary in the annual plan consultation document about the 23 to 37% rural rates increases. There has been nothing in the media about the proposed rise in rural rates. Our councillors did not point this out to rural residents, and one had to go to page 12 of the annual plan consultation document and read the spreadsheet line by line to realise what is proposed. I think this falls far short of what one would expect for local democracy and is a big fail for council communication in this consultation process. Thank you. If anybody would like to look at these crazy rates increases, they're very welcome to my spreadsheet. One property in Flighties Road is going up to 245% land value, which I suspect is just a typo on behalf of QV, but it's in their QV.
Right,
and another one was actually an incorrect, I think a lot of it is an incorrect land sale, the only land sale in Flighties Road. It's actually up Fernhill Drive, which is off Flighties Road, was actually sold for 1 million, but it's been recorded as having sold for 1.4 million. And the people are trying to get that fixed. But in the meantime, every other single piece of land up Fernhill Drive has also gone up to 1.4 or 1.5 million based on that sale, which is incorrect. And I think it's actually spread across the whole thing. So there's a really big anomalies and inequities. And as I say, you're welcome to this.
Cool. Thank you very much, Jackie. Were there any questions? It looks like there are none. So thank you very much. We appreciate your submission. Up next, Hannah Gray.
Morena. My name is Hannah Gray. I am, unsurprisingly, a rural landowner in Pātahnui. For context, because I think it's important, I was born and raised in Porirua. I proactively chose to move back here and move my career back here to continue my family's legacy of 5 generations of looking after the land and continuing my parents' legacy of restoring the land to what it was like before it was turned into farmland. I am a sole owner with a sole income to support this farmland. And I have consciously chosen to farm in an environmentally sustainable way. As we are all well aware, farmers have a wonderful stereotype that they have to live up to. In conscious agreement with PCC's district plan, despite the fact it is absolutely uneconomic. So you won't find any cattle on my hills because it is environmentally friendly, but likewise neither will you find money on my hills. Quite frankly, I own a sizable chunk of the beautiful view that Whitby overlooks and values so pricelessly. I don't contend the need for PCC to adjust your income and increase the rates based on the current economic realities, and I understand the necessity of increasing rates by 9.71% to fund your water infrastructure. However, I do not support the rating differential structure that you have used for this and the previous annual plan. Council has other options that I don't think you've considered. I acknowledge that as a rural resident, I pay for things that I might not use, and I am happy to contribute to the wider welfare of Porirua City and Porirua City's citizens and the betterment of the wider community. I also acknowledge that PCC is not responsible for the ridiculous increase in the valuation, and that is something, as you keep mentioning, is something that I need to take up with QV. However, you do control the rating differential, and you have an obligation to change it. We have a simple cascade effect occurring. The government is valuing subdivisible land, therefore our land values go up disproportionately. The council is valuing keeping its rural character and preserving such land from subdivision. The proposed district plan, which I think is fair to say in large will go into become enacted, places serious and genuine restrictions on developing such land. The phrase protected from inappropriate subdivision is used repeatedly through anything that is classed as a special amenity landscape, a significant natural area, a coastal high natural character area. By the way, I'm all 3 of those. The district plan makes it clear, and I agree, that Porirua City Council wants to keep its rural areas and to keep its views. So, obviously, this encourages large land parcels to continue as one unit, which then the government values as its subdivisible land, hence the simple cascade effect. While you can't control the valuations that QV will put out on the government's behalf, you can acknowledge that those same lots, while now having a higher proportional land value, do not suddenly consume more of the council's services. The rating differential for rural services is inequitable. As many of the other submitters have and will talk about, the existing rating differential is already viewed as unfair, and the council has heard this in previous submissions on other topics. You also openly admit that this increase is to fund Wellington Water Works, which we will have very little, if any, benefit from other than any use in public areas. The proposed district plan and the government's priorities are slightly in conflict and put rural properties right in the middle with regards to an unfair position. It is within your power to acknowledge the tension between your goals and the government's goals and compensate for those. It's within your power to more fairly attribute cost to those who it benefits most, while still allowing for us all to provide for broader community support. It is within your power to acknowledge where rural ratepayers contribute to your goals of this district plan and the restoration and enhancement of significant amenity landscapes. You can adjust the rating differential to create equity between your residents and still achieve the rating outcomes you need for this year. If it is not done as part of this annual plan submission round, then I believe the onus is on the council at the very least to review this moving forward as part of a separate process. Quite simply put, the council can't have its cake and eat it too. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions? Councillor Hayward.
Thank you, Hannah, for your well-constructed submission. I'm going to ask the same sort of questions. Can you give me a sense of, I know how long you've already established your connection to the area.
Thank you. Yep.
Can you give me a sense of, the specific impact? How large is the property that you are responsible for, and how much are you paying in rates, if you feel comfortable to do so?
Yes, my property is 53 hectares in size, or 160 acres. I probably got the math slightly wrong on the conversion between those two. My rates will roughly double, depending on how you calculate it, as I can apply for potentially some relief based on conjoint properties being farmed together as a contiguous unit.
What's the quantum of that amount? Is it 15,000, 30,000? What are we talking about?
No,
currently?
it'll be. I'm sorry, I've actually just had a mental blank and I didn't put the numbers in front of me.
It's all right.
I'm sorry. No, I will have to get back to you about that.
Well, I
Happy to
appreciate-
provide that information. Yeah.
No, but I do appreciate you coming in. Exactly. We could follow that up ourselves. But thank you for coming in.
Thank you.
Were there any other questions? No, I did have one very quickly. Actually, you mentioned the differential as being something that you'd like us to look at.
Yes.
Obviously, we've gone through the process over the last few years. There's been that adjustment upwards in the differential.
Yes.
And in your view, and I realise you may not have specifics around this yet, do you think this problem would be sufficiently addressed by reverting to what we previously had? Or is it something where you feel we need to go further than what we previously had and that overall differential?
I think that I think in the same way that I wouldn't put that question on you, I can't answer that question honestly.
Yeah.
There is a lack of transparency as to exactly what comprises the differential and therefore what is being considered that we don't pay for and what is considered that we do. We have asked for that a couple of times and we haven't really received it. So I think the honest answer is I don't know. What we do need is a clarity on what is it that is supposedly 0.7% we're paying for or 0.8% we're paying for, and actually looking at that from scratch. That would be the honest and fair way to do it, rather than me throwing out a number.
Yeah, cool. No, and that's very reasonable. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
All right, no further questions? Okay, thank you very much, Hannah.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
I believe next we have Christina de Boer. Sorry if I pronounced that correctly.
It's fine.
Could you correct me? So I, pardon?
De Boer.
De Boer.
Yeah.
Cool. Thank you.
There we go. Hello. I am in my first submission, so bear with me. I'm also from the rural community. Surprise, surprise. I want to thank everybody else that has spoken, particularly Joe and I have lost your name now. Nikki, thank you for representing the community. I'll take my submission as read. I concur with everything that has been said here. I just wanted to sit in front of the council and say my piece. And I see there's two issues at work here. I see that we have QV rates that have gone up. I see that the distribution of the rates goes according to house prices, which isn't necessarily how it should be. I know that that's a pretty big change to make, but I see that the rates going up imbalances everything, and I think the rates have gone up based on the proposed district plan, which isn't in place. I think maybe next year, if it was in place and people could kind of go, right, we can subdivide to try and help that, then you know it's actually there, it's tangible. It's not in place at the moment, and I think QV have actually taken that as money in people's pockets, which is not there. There's a lot of people that actually don't want to subdivide, and you know the rates going up to cover that just seems inequitable. So yeah, two issues at work. First, the redistribution of the rates based on property values. The second is the increase to cover water infrastructure costs that we don't actually receive, and that's pretty much the basis of my issue.
Excellent, thank you. Does anybody have any questions? No, yeah, I think that's quite straightforward. So yeah, in that case, thank you very much. We appreciate your submission. Cheers. All right. Yeah, so we do have one more submitter who is coming in by an audiovisual link, but they are running slightly ahead of schedule. Mayor Baker?
Can I just ask the staff to find out from QV whether they used our proposed district plan or our previous district plan? Because I do wonder after hearing that.
We can ask the question. I'm assuming they use all information available. It will be the proposed district plan that goes to value because people buy ahead of time. So I am assuming Joe can confirm that they will have used the proposed district plan.
I'm assuming they have as well, but I will go back to QV and seek clarification.
All right, because we do have a few minutes here. Do any other councillors have any other questions or points of clarification? Otherwise, we can go to break for a few minutes. No, all right, in that case, I will adjourn the meeting until 11 o'clock. All right, we'll look to get started. Okay, so getting back started now, unfortunately the online submitter that we had organised, I understand, has not come onto Zoom. So that brings us to the end of our oral submissions. So at this point, so again, I'll remind councillors, all we're doing today is receiving these submissions. So I'll just go back to the recommendations from this report, that we received the report, receive the oral submissions, and note that hearing schedule may change. So with that, I will put the motion. All in favour? Opposed? That is carried. Thank you very much. We now move to item 7.4, reducing greenhouse gas emissions. Could I invite Ben up to the table? Oh yeah, and sorry, I will move this to get it on the table. We have a seconder, Mayor Baker. All right, Ben, take us away.
Thank you very much, everyone. This paper incorporates the feedback and the guidance that this council provided at the workshop on the 16th of March relating to the program of reducing our greenhouse gas emissions from assets and facilities. At that workshop, there was broad agreement around the approach that we're taking with the program that we've developed, particularly around looking for opportunities for multiple benefits. And in particular, there were two key areas of feedback. One was around the EOC building, where we were suggesting installation of solar. We've had further discussions and a belt and braces approach there, considering the very low emissions reduction. We've removed that from the program. And the second piece of feedback was, what more could this council do over and above the 30% reduction that we're planning here? I've spoken with the resource recovery team, who are looking at the landfill at the moment, and they are looking for those opportunities. So they, as part of that regional investigation, will look for further opportunities and bring them back if they identify them. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Cool, thank you very much. Potentially unsurprisingly, I have a number of questions, so I'll let everybody else go first. I've got Councillor Filo to start us off.
Morena, thanks, Ben. Just wondering if you could expand, please, on recommendation number 3, just to give some more context to it.
Broader outcomes are already in our procurement policy. This is just tightening that up to try to put a consistent weighting across our contracts for council, and also to incorporate that greenhouse gas emissions reduction in there as a more overt, clear direction from council on future contracts.
Are you able to give me like an example so I can understand it a bit better? An example of a procurement.
Through the chair, when we sit there as a procurement panel and say we've got 3 people tendering for the work, as we look through the different components, the price, experience, skills, we have this 15% category that Ben is talking about, where part of that 15% is greenhouse gas emissions. Some of it might be buy local. So those 3 contractors can pick up a maximum 15 points. If they do a good job in explaining that they're local and a family firm and employing local people, and they're doing this or that in terms of keeping carbon neutral, then they'll get higher and higher up there. And then, so if they can get 15 there, they won't necessarily get the contract if their pricing isn't sharp, or their experience is poor, or their resources is poor. So that's how we're looking at it. We're trying to give them an opportunity in that space. Does that help?
Yeah, that's really helpful. Thanks, Andrew. So at the moment, is it less than 15%, the weighting?
Through the chair, no, it's not, but the wording in there, it started with things like buy local and climate change, this is just tightening up the wording and helping providers to explain themselves when they tender for work, that if they are able to give us some direction in that space, they can pick up extra points, and that will help them be successful.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
Cool, thanks Kathleen. Next I have Councillor Ford.
Thank you. Just referring to the table on page 120 with the initial emission reduction project summary, of which we have an initial investment of 6 million, where it has the C&D facility and the additional capital is under investigation, however, the installation is 2024, can staff please provide or confirm that the resource recovery team is managing that within their current budget and that there will not be any other additional fund that's associated with the C&D facility?
I cannot answer that question on behalf of the resource recovery team. I'll need to confirm with them.
Okay, cool. So we'll have an answer come back on that separately. Awesome. Thank you very much. Next I have Councillor Leggett.
Sorry, I just got a number of questions. So with the recommendations, Ben, are you asking that we are going to now, if this goes through, give you, that you will not have to come back to council in order to get these projects approved?
We will be reporting regularly back to council through the exceptions report process as we develop this, and I would imagine that at key milestones, particularly after detailed design and once those costs are firmed up and the scope is carried through to that detailed design, then there would be regular reporting back to council.
So if costs, for example, come in significantly higher than anticipated, what happens? Is that accounted for in the $800,000 extra that you've got over the 5.2 up to 6 million, or how will you deal with that?
We'll have to deal with that on a project-by-project basis, considering the benefits, but also there may be opportunity within the scope of the work we do to scale things up and down as needed to absorb those costs. But until we get into the detailed design, we won't be able to predict those issues.
Right. I just wanted to be sure that you were going to come back and report to us about how those things were going, and that it just wasn't carte blanche and away you go. Okay. So just following up on the recommendation 3, the 15%, I'm still not exactly clear about what weighting you'll give greenhouse gas emissions. You know, is it going to be 5% of the 15%, or sorry, a third of the 15%? How are you actually going to handle that? Or could it be that, you know, you might give a whole 15% to greenhouse gas emissions reduction?
So the weighting is a 15% minimum for broader outcomes, and it'll depend on the project that is being tendered, and it's only for competitively tendered contracts. But that weighting will need to be agreed on what those broader outcomes and what the opportunities are, and the signals that council wants to give the suppliers on a contract per contract basis. So there is adaptability within there for the contract managers and the project managers to adapt that weighting as they see fit. But it is anticipated that this will send a clear signal to all our suppliers that this is a direction of travel for council, and we would like them to respond. So in asking the question, we are also achieving the purpose of what we are trying to accomplish here.
Yeah, I think it'd be good to get feedback over time about what you get out of that process and the signals that we send, so that we can understand that better. So number 6, which is natural gas reductions. Notice I call it natural gas, not fossil gas. Where does fossil gas come from? Is this part of the way of making us feel worried about these things?
It's to differentiate from biogas.
Well, biogas and natural gas are two different things anyway.
They are.
Thank you. Okay. So what we've got here is natural gas is 4% of our total emissions. Is that correct? We're going to reduce that by 80% with these projects, right? Which is a 3.2% reduction total. That's all we're talking about in these projects, 3.2%. Can I just ask, what is if it's 3.2% by just doing the 80% calculation, what's the actual reduction when you take into account the increased electricity usage that's going to occur as a result of this? Because we've already got a deficit in there with electricity use at 5%. So will it increase or decrease that?
That 80% does include that as well. And of course, we're also recommending for both our pools to install solar, which will help offset some of the electricity usage that we have from the national grid as well.
No, I understand that. So you're telling me that the actual reduction is going to be 3.2%?
Yes.
When you take all those things into account?
Correct.
Okay. All right, can I go to 7 for electric vehicles?
Yep.
What's the actual payback for a conversion of an electric vehicle?
So the advice we've been given from Custom Fleet when they assessed our fleet is that over a 5-year period, an electric vehicle breaks even with a like-for-like replacement. But that didn't include the installation costs of the charging stations, which is an additional about $230,000.
So have we confirmed, I mean, that came in the original report, $225,000 for connection work, and has that figure been confirmed, or is it that'll be in the detailed design?
Detailed design.
And will also in the detailed design be, and will you take into account whether there'll be an upgrade required in the first instance to the network to handle the 50% of the fleet that you plan to that will be able to go onto those however many charges there'll be?
We've had confirmation that we do not need to upgrade the transformer for the substation for the 10 chargers that we're installing at the admin building.
Great. Okay. What about the other building?
So the other building, there's a lot less issues
Load
up there
on the
with
transformer.
so we don't see that being a problem either.
Okay. So going to solar, can you just explain to me, so you're saying we're going to save $40,000 a year with solar?
That's yes, that calculation has been done on day one. So, yeah.
So does that account? So bear with me here.
Yep.
I'm just trying to think. You say there's a payback in 10 years. Right, the simple payback is 17 years, not 10 years, at $40,000 a year.
So the payback has been predicted over a 10-year period based on the estimates of what energy costs will be over the next 10 years, which is a calculated estimate.
Yeah. I guess. Okay. I understand that. I'm not saying I believe the actual cost, because I'm sure they won't be what they are with either of them. It may be better or it may be worse, which is fine. Okay. So the recommended pathway of projects, just help me here. That's 30% reduction. What we've got in this tranche is 3.2%. And the rest come?
So the bulk of the reduction will be achieved up at the landfill through the resource recovery program of work.
Which again comes out of a separate budget, which is not Where is that budget at the moment?
I will need to get back to you on that. The resource recovery team has their separate budgets for the C&D plant, the organic facility.
You might just hold, through the chair, you might just hold on to that question until you do the exemption reports and you get to the resource recovery side, and there's some dollars a table there.
Yeah. Okay. No, that's it. Thank you, Ben.
Thank you.
Cool. All right, next I had Councillor Hayward.
Kia ora, hea mana. Thank you for the report. This is well overdue in terms of being able to get some clarity for people out there about the degree of work that we need to do to fulfil the obligations that were put forward in Te Ao Hurihuri many years ago. I'm going to start with a question. This report doesn't acknowledge the implications in terms of the ETS and carbon credits. So can we just have it clear again where we're up to in terms of our current liabilities on the for carbon credits?
So currently only the landfill operations fall under that ETS.
Right.
So through the resource recovery team's work around organic diversion, that is where the reduction in ETS charges will come from. And that is the predicted 24% reduction that they are.
I'm going to come back to that part of it. Point 14 around procurement. Back in December, I wrote to the Mayor and the CE about my concerns about making sure that whatever is done in terms of contested contracts, that the procurement policy, we get some sense of showing the working. And so I'm not opposed to the idea of trying to have better weighting around climate change in terms of the conditions. I want us to see whether or not officers can work on a better way of reporting with the public how each of those decisions are made in terms of the weighting, so that the public can see that we are actually doing that mahi. I don't think councillors like myself should be interfering with what that decision-making process is, but we need a better job around reporting. Don't know if there's any commentary on that, but I'm just pointing that out. Point 3, with regards to the resource recovery team, I guess we will, in time, councillors will receive reports around improvements at the landfill, including biogas, electricity generation. Is that correct?
Believe that electricity generation is on the table, but is being investigated.
Okay. Also, with regards to organic diversion, we're not talking just about the commercial, but also household collection as well.
That is correct, and that is in response to a government mandate.
That's right.
That potentially government mandates.
And obviously, that deadline at the moment is 2030 for councils to implement the household collection of organics. Is that correct?
Correct.
Right. So moving on to my last bit about point 19 and carbon capture. With regards to the potential for planting as a way to do that, it says it's not being incorporated in this phase, but it may in the next phase. Can I just be clear here? What are we talking about in phases here? Are we talking about that this might be a decision that we might want to make at an LTP part of the decision-making process?
Potentially. So the focus of the climate change team has been on emissions reduction. We do know offsetting will need to come at some point. We haven't put the work in to investigate that at the options, the payback, and also some of the risks and liabilities around as well.
But is it reasonable to think that something will be coming to council in time for the LTP to talk about those sorts of issues?
It's not planned for this LTP work. The 2024 LTP. It's potential that we could incorporate that, but at this stage we haven't planned that work.
Okay, one comment. I'm encouraged by some of the measures that have been done here. Obviously, there's a great deal of work that needs to be done with regards to the landfill. There is an implication for those who are, going up with their trailers to the landfill right now in terms of the fees that they pay. The sooner we lead on doing specific actions to divert particularly organic waste from the landfill, the sooner that local residents who use the landfill are going to feel not so aggrieved when they see the cost of using that service, which they pay the full charge of. It's not covered by the rates. Kia ora.
All right, we have another question from Councillor Filo.
Thank you. So my question is, I noticed that the C&D facility is one of the, I believe, one of the projects being asked for us to endorse. My question is, can I get clarification, please, on where this is going to be located, the specific location?
I can't answer those questions for you now. An update around the C&D facility will need to come from the resource recovery team. I can pass that on and get them to answer that question.
Can I ask Andrew to answer, please? I think
Through the chair, again, it's coming up, councillor, in the project exception report, I think. So we'll get onto it shortly. But in terms of where the C&D facility will go, we haven't actually nailed that yet. There's another component to it that you as a council are thinking about, which is the Adventure Park. You had a presentation the other day. We're waiting for a report to come back about that. You'll make some decisions about that. If you recall, when you've been on a visit to the landfill on the bus, officers stopped the bus just before the entry to the landfill, and we said that would be one of 3 possible sites for a C&D facility. So we've got somewhere in mind, but we'll wait till we see what happens with your decision making over Adventure Park. Does that help?
Sorry. So there are 2 other locations then that you have in mind apart from the
Through the chair, the 2 other locations are in the landfill, one up the top, one nearer the bottom. So there's different cost implications in terms of the sites. So the preferred siting is just out in front of the landfill at the moment. But as you bring your C&D waste, your commercial operators, it would be diverted before you actually got into the landfill.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Cool. Thank you, Councillor Filo. Were there any further questions? No? Okay, all right. I have a few that I'll try and rattle through pretty quickly. So first of all, Ben, just on fossil gas reduction down at the very bottom, there's at 6, there's this reference to multiple energy model having resilience benefits. I was wondering if you could just touch on what those are.
Yep. So there's an economic resilience component to this. We don't know the future costs of both gas and electricity. The modelling suggests that central government emissions reduction is likely to put increased costs into gas. There is some concern around a rapid rise in gas costs. Under our current approach of just using gas, we would have to absorb all of those additional costs. A mixed model approach of energy use gives us flexibility around managing those cost increases.
And how would that compare to moving to an entirely electric-based model without the gas at all?
We did investigate that option. The biggest drawback to that was the heat-up time for the pools when we have to empty the pools, and that the facilities would be out of commission for 3 days every time we need to do that. So,
okay, cool. Thank you. My next question was on electric vehicles, talking about how getting to replacement of half of our fleet. So wondering if you could just touch on the rationale behind the fleet that isn't able to be changed to electric, why that is.
Yeah, there's quite a few vehicles where there's no currently suitable electric model on the market, and I'm thinking particularly around some of our trucks and parks vehicles as well. There are also some vehicles used for emergency management where you may want to retain a petrol engine. And then there are some vehicles where it's just functionally not possible for us to use them as we currently use them because of the amount of kilometres they travel or the type of work they do, where there is just not an electric version for it. Our neighbours, particularly Hutt City, who are further down the track than we are, have suggested that about 50% is what they can currently achieve with the current models available on the market.
Okay, cool. Thank you. My next question was also in relation to procurement and the 15% weighting. I was just wondering if there was any consideration given to whether it would be appropriate to have a dedicated environment or climate procurement criteria as opposed to it being part of the broader catch-all, broader outcomes. And if there was consideration given to that, why the proposal is to stay within this broader outcomes one.
Andrew?
I'll just say, through the chair, when you think of 100%, you can get 100 points, 20% experience, 20% resourcing. I always, pricing is really important for ratepayers, and when you see pricing 30%, sometimes 25%, 35%, depends on the nature of the work. That 15%, we do debate, could it be 20%? And if you said of the 20%, should 5% be, greenhouse gases or something? You could, on the nature, depending on the contract, for NZTA funded work, we've got fairly specific criteria. So it is something we've sort of talked about, but I'm comfortable at the moment with the 15%. I'm sometimes uncomfortable when I see pricing at 35%. I'd love it to be 50% actually for some of it, but it's the nature of the contract and experience, technical resources, who you've got, can you do it, is really important. We don't want to sign up people who are cheap and say they can do stuff and they're wonderful at climate change, but actually it doesn't get through. So I guess I'm telling you, it's a live discussion. We're capable of doing the alterations, but at the moment we're quite comfortable with that 15%. And just give it a little bit of time. I've noted Councillor Hayward's question about reporting back. Can we report back in some way about our local contracting and who we're picking up and what they are doing in climate change? And we'll try and give some thought to that and give you some feel for how the journey is going.
Okay, cool. Thank you. And yeah, that answers my question. My next one was in relation to item 15 around a requirement for a general manager sign-off with justification in a circumstance where something would increase emissions. Just a process question there. So that would be signed off by a general manager. That justification would then come to council or TPK, or what does that process look like?
We've developed a short one-page form for any major project that goes through that checklist, and where there is an increase in emissions or a decrease in city resilience, there needs to be justification around why that is needed, and that needs GM sign-off. This is to drive through climate change thinking into everything that we do across council.
Does that then, though, once that's received that GM sign-off, does council actively see that? And so I guess my question is, would we then be made actively aware that there is this major project that's gone ahead that does have an increase in emissions, but it's received sign-off?
Potentially, the way that it was envisaged was we do need to be able to track why there is an increase in council emissions, and it is intended that we would regularly report back to council on reduction or increase in emissions as council progresses. That may be the best forum in which to explain the changes in emissions and identify those. But through your approval process around major projects, that may be incorporated into the reporting that this council receives.
Okay, cool. Thank you. The last question I had was also in relation to offsetting, and I understand that it's not being considered at the moment. At the same time, we are undertaking a number of projects that will have offsetting measures around emissions, and I'm thinking of the investment we're putting into wetlands, the riparian planting project, which is going to have that flow-on impact as well. So I wonder if, given those things that are already happening, if they're going to have impacts on our overall emissions, is it possible to begin measuring those things that we know we're already doing and factor that into our overall climate profile? And if not, when we do get around to doing this, is there an ability to look back retroactively and say, actually, the last 5 years, for example, have been better than we initially thought because of that offset?
I believe it is possible to retrospectively incorporate that into our program, but we haven't had the capacity to investigate and or to implement or explore how to implement that at this point. So that would need further investigation on how we incorporate that into our council practices.
Okay, so to clarify, so not practical or within scope to be able to do it right now, but could be retrospectively considered when we do it in the future.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Cool. Thank you. That was all of my questions. I just wanted to make the comment that this was a really good report. I found it really, really helpful. The level of detail that it drilled down into. A lot of the questions I asked, actually, I'm not sure I would have thought to ask them if that level of detail hadn't already been there. So I just wanted to flag that, and so I'm really happy with this direction of travel. Thank you very much. Does anyone have any? Councillor Duncan does have another question.
Just with the drive to so much solar, with everybody looking at doing it, there's an irony in that glass manufacturer is one of the biggest producers of CO2. For every tonne of glass that's made, a tonne of CO2 is produced. And I wonder, do we factor that into the costing of emissions when we're actually going into using solar?
So we haven't incorporated what is termed embodied carbon into our investigations yet. That is a complex area. It touches everything we do with concrete and steel and glass. We haven't gone there yet.
Cool, and that's a good point, Mike, and I look forward to your support in expanding the budget to give the climate team the capacity to do that sort of thing. Thank you very much, everyone. So with that, that brings us to the end on this item. So I will just remind councillors what we're actually agreeing to here. So we are receiving the report, agreeing to recommend that the council endorses proceeding to detailed design and implementation of the greenhouse gas emission reduction projects identified in the report, and agreeing to recommend that council supports the update to the council's procurement policy to include a minimum 15% weighting in competitive tender evaluations for broader outcomes that will include greenhouse gas emissions reductions. So with that, I will put the motion. All in favour? Opposed? That is carried. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ben. This brings us to item 7.5, the finance report. I will move it to open for discussion. Can I have a seconder? Councillor Nalo. Could I invite Lizzie to speak to this?
Through the chair, the financial results are for the year-to-date 31st of March, so that is for the 9-month period. As an overview of Porirua City's results, the net surplus is a 6.8 million, which is 9.9 million behind budget of 16.6 million. So revenue is 6 million behind budget, and expenses are over budget by 3.9 million. So for transparency, what council have done is the exceptional items are presented separately in table 1. So the exceptional items primarily relate to those which are budgeted for monthly, but are actually not recognised till June. For example, vested assets, which are for the year to date of March, have a value of 7 million. So in previous years, these were reported and budgeted in June. So after exceptional items, revenue is below budget by 1.3 million, and then expenses after exceptional items are over budget by 8 million. So if we're comparing the net surplus before with the exceptional items included, we're looking at 9.9 million below budget, and then after it's 2.1 million. I'm happy to take any questions.
Cool, thank you. Do we have any questions on the finance report? Councillor Leggett.
Sorry, just explain the 9.9 and what was your last sentence?
So the last sentence was that after the exceptional items are excluded, so we're looking at the net surplus of 2.1 million versus budget, as opposed to including the exceptional items, which is the 9.9 million.
So when you take into account the exceptional items, we're not 9.9, but we're 2.1.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, So I just wanted to make that clear for everyone. Yeah.
Cool. Sorry, did you have a
didn't know.
question, Mike? I missed that.
He didn't know.
No, you're good. All right, Councillor Hayward.
Challenge you to have known either.
I'm going to ask this question. Obviously, 2.1 million in deficit at the end of the financial year is not ideal. Notwithstanding the exceptional reports, have officers got some plan in place to try and recoup that difference between that to try and get closer to break even?
Joe?
A number of the, through the chair, a number of the issues, the big ones is our increased interest costs, which is beyond our control. We did build in efficiencies into the budget to get 2.1 million in efficiencies, but we've had ongoing cost pressures. For example, our insurance renewals have significantly gone up. So we are receiving on average a 7 to 8% increase in all our costs, and we have are holding as tight as we can to get back to a zero position, and the current economic environment would be incredibly difficult.
All right, are there any further questions? Councillor Nalo.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just not sure if it's a question for the finance report or the project report. With paid parking, can you give us an update in regards to the income that was, or the revenue that was generated since inception to now? And it's a two-part question. Is that in line with what we projected it to be when it was decided to come in place?
Through you, Chair, I can answer part of that. So I can tell you that it's greater than the projected revenue we expected. At last count, which was over 5 weeks ago, it was in the order of 100 and something. Yes, quite a high number, but the actual, I'm going to come back to you with most because I don't want to get it wrong, and it is changing regularly, but it is higher than we anticipated.
All right, thank you. Are there any further questions? Councillor Philo.
Could an officer please just give some commentary or clarification on I think it's page 2, the contract retentions explanation. If I could just expand on that for me, please.
So is that page 128?
Oh, sorry. Of the financial report, it's the second page of the financial report.
Through the chair, I can answer that. It is actually what sits on our balance sheet is retention payments for contract work, and they're paid out at the end. So it's a reporting of the actual that we're currently holding. So when we do work, we hold retention payments. So
does that answer your...
Chair, an example might be the link roads, where the contractor CBB HEB, while they've finished doing while the road's open, you can see in the project exception reports, ongoing issues with consenting, etc. There's a bond there that we're holding on to of $800,000. That's an example of a retention payment.
Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah, thank you for clarifying.
Councillor Ford.
Sorry, I just got a question then of clarification. So the year-to-date budget then that we've got for contract retentions at 945, is that just we didn't budget correctly for it to be what seems to be a blowout now? Just after some clarification, I guess I just want to know.
I'll take that question. Historically, we haven't budgeted month to month on our balance sheets. So this is the first year of doing that, and we are refining our processes. We're more accurate. This will be the base year of when we're actually capturing this information. You'll see it coming through in a number like vested assets coming through with the big variances. We need to be able to get the history to change some of our internal practices to be able to get that information more accurate going forward.
All right. I believe that is the last of our questions. Okay, cool. Thank you very much. So I will put the motion. We're just receiving the report. All those in favour say aye. Opposed? That is carried. Thank you very much. This brings us to our final substantive item, 7.6, a project report. So I will, what I'll do is I'll plan to go through this in the way I have in the past, where I will touch on each item. I'll look around, see if anyone wants to speak to it. Before we get into that, though, do we have any comments to start us off, Lynn?
We need to move.
Oh, sorry, I have to move the report first. Thank you, Councillor Hayward. All right, now that it is on the table.
Right, through the chair. So this is the report as at month end 31 March. So from a couple of months ago, pretty well all the projects are the same status as they have been at the previous quarter end. So there hasn't been a lot of change in terms of whether they're red, amber, or green. So I'll take questions.
Cool, perfect. So the first item, TG Link Roads. Any questions on that? No? All right. So the next is the Eastern Porirua program. Councillor Ford.
A couple of questions around the infrastructure upgrades. Was there any further progress on a cost for the reservoir? I think it was supposed to be due in March. While you're looking for that, the second question is around, it's an election year. Do you perceive any pressures for if there was a change in government?
No.
Project? Through
the chair, no. The reservoir is costing them, they've got an indicative cost of about 44 million at the moment. The issue that we cognizant about is, if you recall, we bought the property out the front to allow access to beside our existing reservoir. Our existing reservoir, there was a wee bit of leaking going on. It wasn't a high priority for Wellington Water to fix that, but for the builder of a new reservoir, it was a high priority. So we've expedited the fixing of that. That's in the tens of thousands, not the hundreds of thousands. The issue will be quite the timing of when they build it. You can see they're going ahead with Bothamley Park. You can see the wetlands, high priority. They might want to hold off a couple of years. We'd like them to get on and do it sooner rather than later. So with the wind down, if you like, of Tiaranga, while the design work for the reservoir has gone ahead, it's the construction phase that we're unclear of at the moment. So that's KO to give the go-ahead to happen for it. But it needs to happen if you're going to need water for those houses. So it's just the delay in, if you think of what they're doing up in Porirua East at the moment, they're demolishing houses. It's taking a while to start building new houses. Once the building of new houses really gets underway, the pressure for more water comes on. You've got to have a reservoir.
Sorry, Andrea wasn't saying we shouldn't get one. I just wanted to know what the cost was.
44.
Sorry.
I've mansplained it.
And then the other question was just around, you make reference to, the report makes reference to greater inclusion and consultation and engagement with the communities. What exactly does that look like? Is it just us being more visible, or are we expected to go out and do some consultations?
Yeah, through the chair, the expo launch is this Friday at 5 o'clock. It'd be great if councillors could attend there. We're hoping to have our officers there throughout the period, throughout the duration, to engage with the community, and Kāinga Ora will have their staff there. There's 7 key areas that we'll be engaging on, from housing and the environment, social wellbeing, those types of things. So they are doing a concerted effort to engage better.
Cool, thank you.
Through the chair, can I also just add on this item, door knocking for the Champion Street closure starts on the 29th of May.
Councillor Hayward.
Obviously, last week's budget, there was an announcement about the additional 3,000 whare from Kāinga Ora nationwide, and that there's also some work around working with community housing providers that will be detailed in the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development's refreshed Public Housing Plan 2021-2024, have officers had any opportunity to hear from Kāinga Ora about what this means for Porirua?
Do you mean, sorry, through you, Chair, do you mean the housing strategy we talked about in terms of starting to prepare? The wider housing strategy?
I'm talking about what Kāinga Ora's intentions are with the additional funding that has been revealed in the budget and its implications for Porirua.
Yeah, no, I'm thinking about the housing strategy. I don't know around Eastern Porirua specifically. Do you know?
We did attend the meeting, Nick and I, with Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, and they did mention the extra 3,000 houses that were being developed across the country. As we understand it, primarily those are for emergency and transitional housing, so that people will be moving through those houses rather than permanent locations. And that's part of a broader strategy as an interim process to get people into long-term housing.
And we don't know where. They didn't tell us where and where they'll be distributed.
May I just point to officers that Porirua does have a need for transitional housing as part of the typologies of social and community housing provision in Porirua. So the next time we get a chance to talk to Kāinga Ora, please remind them that they are doing some fantastic work in Porirua East in terms of giving certainty with regards to the existing houses that they're building, the whare they're building, but we still need transitional housing here too. Kia ora.
Can I just add, we are meeting with them this afternoon, so we've got quite a big hui with not only Kāinga Ora but Ministry of Social Development as well as Ngāti Toa, Te Ahara Mowai, etc. to discuss Porirua housing specifically, the gaps that we have, and that's under the umbrella of the housing strategy that we talked about we develop in partnership. So I think at a local level that will be far more productive than at the national level, and that's where we will be getting into the nuts and bolts of who's building where for what customers, if you like, and where we need to mutually invest more resource. So we'll brief you once we've had that session and come back to you and update you.
Agreed and noted.
All right, thank you. I think that's all of our questions on that item. So we'll move now to Kiritaki Tuatahi Customer First. Any questions on this? I wonder if this is just noting that there's a number of red lights on this one here, if it's something that officers could speak to.
Through the chair, we've continue on the datascape journey. We are working through now the regulatory modules. There's some key regulatory modules, which is animals, infringements and resource consents that we need to know that we have got a comfortable solution so we can turn off Tech 1 and to be able to deliver services to our customers. So that's why they're currently at red. An update, we did have a workshop with Datacom last week on those three modules. We would still be having them in red at the moment, but we got more comfort that we will have a viable solution at the go live date at later this year.
Okay, cool. So comfortable we're heading in the right direction.
Yes, and closer to the time, once we know what the risks are around going live, we will bring you what those implications could be if process issues happen, because of course it's all very customer related. There's links to a lot of legal implications around registrations, fines, etc. So we will need to give you a fuller briefing on what those risks could be and how we'll manage them if, through go live, inevitable issues happen as those processes are going through their respective systems, from us to the court, for example. That's obviously what I'm really worried about in terms of customers receiving continuity of process and care, but also what might happen and how complaints will reach you if things do break down. So once we've got closer and we know what the scope of those risks are, we will come back to you with more detail to tell you how we're managing them and what to be ready for. But hopefully we minimise it as much as possible. Resource consents is the one that I'm the most nervous about, but that we will be working extra hard to make sure we get done as well as it can be done.
Thanks, Nick. Joe?
Just to clarify, one is we are no longer reporting on finance or property and rating or customer, which are now green, and now they're in business as usual. We're no longer including those in exception reports. So there would have been 3 greens on the total project, but we've moved that into BAU.
Okay, cool. Brilliant. Thank you. Were there any further questions on this? Nope. All right, we'll move to the district plan. Any questions on district plan? Do not appear to be any. All right. Know your pipes. Councillor Hayward.
Kia ora, mana. I'm going to ask this question of officers because I've raised this previously, but I just want to see, putting this in the exception reports is good for us in terms of members, as councillors, to be able to ensure accountability to the ratepayer in terms of the work that's being done, but also to show that we are being proactive in dealing with issues of I&I within the networks. Obviously, they've started in the Titahi Bay, an area that's close to my heart. But what role can officers play in being more proactive in communicating with the public the degree of work and show the narrative of the mahi that has been done by Wellington Water as part of the Know Your Pipes project, including data on how effective the work has been in terms of the microorganism reporting at outlets into our waterways?
Through the chair, I take on board your message, councillor. We can talk to comms, Wellington Water comms, and try and do better or pick it up and do a bit more. I've included the presentation that you received from Wellington Water in April as an attachment to the Joint Committee, so that's in the public domain. The Joint Committee's previously asked about Know Your Pipes. It's only responsible for the pipes that are within its delegation, but in the wider sense it's there. But we will have a conversation because I agree with you, some really good work, mahi, going on there that we should be able to tell people more about. And thank you.
To that point as well, obviously the report talks about, with regards to some of the public faults that had been identified as part of the mahi, and that those are part of the Wellington Water's work program to repair the remaining 4 laterals that are needed to be done. Again, this is an opportunity for Wellington Water as well to kind of close the loop in terms of how the timeframes around those types of work that they're expected to be done, to also show they're working on this as well. Kia ora.
All right, any further questions on this? Nope. All right, so we'll move to harbour and catchment. Councillor Duncan.
Yeah, it tells us in the 2021-22 planting season, 81,000 plants were planted on 11.8 hectares with 91% success rate. I was really impressed with that until I heard the lady speaking here. So how do we measure the 91% success rate? Does somebody actually go out and check all of these, or what happens?
Through the chair, the lady who spoke in the hearings, I think, dated back to 2011 Greater Wellington work. So this more recent riparian planting program, you'll remember, is funded in part or considerably by MFE. And so sitting in the back office is a huge amount of contractual documentation that Nigel and his team has to go through, reporting on what we've put in, how we're maintaining it. And we've had a conversation earlier about procurement and how we do procurement. In this area, you've got procurement for the plant supply, you've got procurement for the contractor site preparation, and you've got procurement for the plant guards. And there's about 10 different parties in there. So there's all sorts of things there about if we are spending money with 10 different suppliers, how are we getting value for money, how are we checking, how are we doing this, how are we doing that. And in my role, at an operational level, I've got Nigel and his team coming to me and saying, we need a 4-wheel drive to get out there and check this and do this and check that, and the pull vehicle isn't good enough. So we work through all of that, but we're pretty much onto it in terms of the methodology and the reporting back that that we are putting in, we are getting the right number of plants in, that we do have people properly preparing the site and going back and making sure that they do the necessary work to keep the weeds away from the plants. We can never, there'll be stuff on riparian banks where the water course changes, stream course changes, and we'll have some accidents and things like that. That's just the normal course of the business. And there's, again, a pretty robust conversation that goes on with Greater Wellington about where they think we should be planting as opposed to where we are actually planting. So a lot behind the scenes, but hopefully giving you some surety that 91% is 91%.
Councillor Leggett.
Oh, sorry, that just begged the question with me. Is there a different opinion between us and Greater Wellington about where we are planting and where they think we should be planting?
Through the chair, you betcha. So
why is that?
It might be a bit more private land. If you look where Greater Wellington does a lot of their work, it's up on farmlands. We're down on streams nearer the harbour, although we do push it out. Quite a good, robust interaction between the two, scientists, if you like, the two-party scientists. But if you recall, we've won an award, I think, for our methodology about where we're planting and how we all plant and have it all GISed out. So I'm not saying it's a huge friction, but there's a wee bit of friction in there where Greater Wellington would say, we're working in this area and we think you should be here beside us or contributing. I'd rather have them contributing to our planting in our areas.
Any further questions on harbour and catchment? No, we'll move to the Aotea Lagoon duck pond, and I'll look straight over at Ross or Mayor Baker first.
So the 6 weeks? Oh, you're first.
Yeah, no, well, it's not even the money. It's do we actually have a date? Will it ever reopen?
The 6 weeks are almost up.
They
are
up. So it's just like, have we got another month, 2 months, 3 months, 6 months?
Should be reopen. I'll check. There's it's through the chair. The finishing off of the grass, we're not happy about. There's another aspect that we've managed to get through the Wakakotahi, a thing called a pump track. It's on loan. Somebody earlier today was asking about a pump track or something, so we've got one coming, and we're going to put it there.
You've got it coming to the lagoon, is that what you're saying?
Yes, we have.
Where
the grass.
The water runs through the middle.
No. But where we were regrassing, there was a conversation about we don't want to go too hard on the contractor regrassing. We're going to put a pump track on it, so we're just ironing that out. But it should be open now.
Seriously?
It's
seriously
not open
now.
Back to the public.
It's not open.
No.
I know.
I mean,
so I'll chase that up.
I see the gate open, but I don't know.
I'll chase it up, councillors.
Do we know then when the pump track will go in? Because we haven't had anything on. We've had lots of people asking for these things, but we've not notified anybody.
No, I'm sorry. I know we've got it. We've been told we can have it. The actual delivery of it, I haven't got any specifics about, so we're chasing that at the moment. It was the transport team, if you remember, Officer Christian Jensen, who managed to make that happen. Parks is happy about it and happy to locate it there, and it's just about making it happen, but I haven't got an update on it. Sorry, I'll come back to you.
Okay.
Just out of interest, so it would seem to me that so there are extra costs to a pump track, are there? If we're worried about the grass now, we'll certainly be worried to whatever goes on there and the surrounds in terms of people coming and going and bikes and, as well as people. So is there an extra cost and will it delay the whole thing?
No. Okay. No. If you look at the costs in front of you, Parks is picking up an extra 300,000 because of the cost blowouts to do the work that was there. The pump track should come free of charge and should be a facility that's put in, and I've used the words on loan, I understand. So Parks will, within current resources, get it in place and set up for the community's use. Other than, excuse me, on loan. So I imagine they've acquired this from somewhere else.
Sorry, just explain to us what is a pump track as well, so just to be clear. Is it for,
Well,
is it for
pump
push
tracks
bikes?
can't be on loan, but yeah, they are for pushbacks. We've got some in Tiro Bay, which is a private one in school. There's a group in Whitby trying to put one in. They were talking about putting one in, yes, in the east, but this, I don't see how it can be on loan. Like, you have to dig up and make things.
It's a Waka Kotahi asset that they've had somewhere that we've managed to acquire, I think. And no, I can't tell you what it is because I'm looking around the room for somebody younger.
Yeah, it's,
It
but
is a
it's all
bike
very
track.
well that people will think it's arrived and then maybe it might only be there for a month or something and then it'll vanish again. It's not actually a good idea.
Through the chair, this will be in place for a number of years. We wouldn't go to that amount of work. And so my main interest in that is Roading and Parks have agreed, yep, great, if we can get it. Parks said, yes, we can put it there. It was just about the finishing off of the grass where contractor's responsible and then Parks, how hard should we go on them if we're going to put this on top? We might get this on top and then finish it, that sort of conversation's been going on.
All right. Central City wastewater storage. No questions there. Sorry, what's that? How much is it up to now?
It's a fixed price.
You've approved 75 to 85, so it's within that range.
All right. LTP. Any questions? No. No. Kenaparu area program. No. Yep.
Through the chair. So Kenaparu area program, if you just look at your cover sheet there where it talks about package A, package B, package C, package D, everyone can see that on their screens. We were applying to Waka Kotahi for what we call cost scope adjustments. So costs are learning out. And if you think of Waka Kotahi with a FAR rate, they're 52% of every dollar we spend in this area. And what we're doing is design work. So package A, that's the roundabout that, if you can recall Councillor Leggett saying or inquiring, it's a temporary roundabout. It seems to be working pretty well, but we want to make it a permanent roundabout. We've got about $1.7 million to make it a permanent roundabout. And we were ironing out some issues with drainage, and there's a crossing issue with Kenaparu Landing that had to be done. We've more or less sorted out the design issues. We'd had a chat to Downer, who had priced the work at about 2.5 million going northwards, so we got 1.7. So we were trying to do some value engineering. Waka Kotahi has reported back that they have no money at the moment. I think it's a verbal conversation. We haven't got it in writing, so they're not able to, at this stage, support us in going ahead and making that temporary roundabout permanent. It will go forward, I think, into the next LTP. It will be carried forward. So what we will be doing there is just winding up our work and making it ready for the next LTP, which is in 14 months' time. But as I said, Downer were ready to go with it. It was just subject to value engineering. The next one, package B, Lowman Drive, that's got some money from, well, I'll say Ruben's side of the business, urban design or whatever, for shared pathways, etc. So that's our money. But again, Waka Kotahi, the same decision, you'll have to wait to the next LTP. So we're just putting that on hold in terms of full procurement for sorting out, or for going ahead and actually putting in anything physical other than I just need to be clear about the Reuben side. The design stuff was about 80% done, 90% done. Package C, again, constructing anything's on hold, but construction was a wee way away. We were looking at options. We've got about 300,000 more to do to come out with the right option, and that's the 3 roundabouts. The biggest one, obviously, is the one right beside the mall, and we were struggling anyway to get capital in place from other people such as KO, Ngāti Toa, and now, NZTA are saying, well, just hold on. So that one, there'll be a bit more options work done. Package D is the Raiha Street, Prosser Street. Again, we had someone engaged to do some scoping work. They'll wind it up and just put it on hold. So that's the update on Kinapuru.
Cool. Thank you. I had a question from Councillor Hayward and then Councillor Leggett.
Kia ora, mātua he mana. To the verbal report given, now acknowledging that the temporary roundabout is now going to be more temporary than before, I'm just going to highlight, that seems all politics is local, recently bought an e-bike, went down to that roundabout, there are potholes. So I think we're going to have to be a bit more vigilant on making sure that those potholes are out of there if it's a temporary roundabout in the meantime. Didn't have time to put it on antenna, my hands were starting to freeze, but anyway, that's another story. The other question is, with regards to communications, which has been put in the report, is it possible that officers can create maps similar to what were developed in previous years around the Kinapuru project, so as to help the public get a sense of where projects are, notwithstanding the fact that you've just talked about that there will be a slight pause as Waka Kotahi get its house in order?
Through the chair, yeah, we'll be looking pretty seriously at comms. Obviously, we were Porirua City Council was in the direction of travel of getting out to the public and telling them about we're going to do this, this and this. Now we're on hold, so it's a different comms package, but I'll take on board your comment about the maps that we used to have. Oh, of course, and the potholes.
Thanks, Jeff. Councillor Leggett?
Yeah, no surprise with Waka Kotahi. Should there be room for some red dots here now, given the delay with everything? Does that make it red, or does it do something else, or how does that work?
Yeah, we'll have a chat about that. I mean, we wrote it for the 30th of March.
Yeah,
We just got to work.
Leave it up to you.
We're trying to get some formal communication back. It's been to the board, and we would expect something formal coming back.
Okay, thanks.
All right, next item, Wenera to Onopoto Shared Pathway. Councillor Hayward.
Kia ora no. Any further progress with regards to land purchases or swaps or whatever, so as to resolve the issues that are holding up phase 2, stage 2 rather, or stage B, for those who are keeping track of the writing?
Through the chair, I'll get Ruben to come in after myself, but from my point of view, there's a Maori Land Court decision required about who the actual owners are, so they will go through their process. The council, as you're aware, has taken the opportunity, has found a piece of land that's possible, so you've done that process, so that can go into the negotiation. And officers are doing a little bit of work around the side to say, okay, we've got a non-notified consent for doing the coastal work. Is it possible that we could retain our non-notified consent and just put a little kink in the path, honouring the work that has to happen with the owners of the land, because we've got a road there anyway? But what would that look like? What would it cost? Could we change it slightly? It is because it's a very small piece of land, and make a temporary change to it. So we're just having a look at that too, to the side.
Thanks, Andrew. And also I can add to that, the agents who have been appointed by the courts would like to lease the land to council. We have been looking for a second and a third opinion, legal opinion, on whether we can actually do that, given that it's a main arterial route. So we're still waiting for feedback on our third opinion on whether we can do that or not. But it seems difficult, and if it was possible, very expensive for the legal arrangements to be done for that. So that's in train at the moment.
Thank you. Is there a similar theme with regards to Waka Kotahi again pushing pause with regards to funding the additional phases as well?
Through the chair, yes, there is. So after the Kenepuru package, the W2O package went up. It actually didn't go up because the officers in Waka Kotahi have asked us to put it on hold. They don't know when the board will meet next. Slightly different project. So there's differences between the two, and of course you'll recall as a council you've underwritten this project. So I'll wait until I get some formal advice, but where I'm headed at the moment is we have a procurement specialist on board. We are shortlisted between two parties to be engineer to the project and design to make a decision on that. So I'm continuing with the work at the moment. I'll come back to you if I thought Waka Kotahi wasn't going to play its part, but at the moment it's been playing its part in design work. It's just our package up to them was again for cost, scope increases, etc. And they've just said, the board hasn't actually considered it. They just said, hold on to it, please. We don't know when they're going to meet next.
Brief comment. It's actually to the Minister of Transport. Hi, Michael. Minister, this is an important project. Please, 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 when you talk to the board of Waka Kotahi, understand the plight of people in Porirua and Titahi Bay in particular. Kia ora.
Next, I've got Councillor Duncan and then Leggett.
Yeah, thanks. Look, we have underwritten it, haven't we, to the tune of about 16 million, I think. And the other funders we were looking at don't seem to be materialising. Are they not?
I think there's a comment in there about we can go for about 250,000 for lotteries. Lotteries usually has a major lotteries fund, and we were told to wait until August or something until we found out. I was having a chat with the chief executive the other day who wasn't as optimistic because we were a council that we could tap into that lotteries money, but I'm sure they have given it to other councils. So that is still our plan on that side of things. Yeah, I think going back to the comment about Waka Kotahi, everyone's aware of the general landscape in New Zealand, Cyclone Gabriel, the Riverlink project, TG. So I think it's just at the moment they've got a directive that they are only going to support what they've supported to date and wait to the next LTP.
And I note in the risks that the expected cost to complete the plan and design is going to need extra funding. Yeah.
If you recall, we split it in two. Yep. You split things in two, it costs more. So, yes.
Alrighty. I have to say I'm getting nervous about this pathway. It goes back to Anna Coffey and even beyond that, I think, to Liz Kelly, I think before that. And here it seems that the Papakowhai one's going to go through in about 5 minutes. That doesn't seem particularly, Just a comment.
Through the chair, the minister would like to come and visit the Papakowhai pathway. So I'm sure the mayor will host the minister.
Councillor Leggett.
No, my question was answered about Waka Kotahi. I just make the comment that I don't have any great expectations of them in the next funding round.
All right, anything further on Wenera Tonapoto? No? Okay, we'll move to next one, flood-prone area response. Any questions? No? Councillor Leggett.
I assume that will change the figures there next reporting.
Through the chair, we had the paper developed from your workshop, took it to the chair's briefing, decided to pull it. It will be coming back in the forward program, so you'll be getting from your workshop the increasing costs coming through, etc. It's just about working with finance to make sure that we can actually borrow the money or it's affordable. So officers will have to do a wee bit of work behind the scenes, but it'll be coming back to you shortly.
Thanks.
All right, the climate change program, we've already had a good discussion about that. No further questions, no. Resource recovery network. Councillor Ford.
I think it's because Councillor Filo asked the question around the C&D facility, and I just wasn't clear around where the potential site of that construction and demolition facility might be located. And would it impinge on sites of other potential developments, example, the adventure park, and what other potential sites in this region that the groups have been thinking about?
Okay, a few questions there. Through the chair, when we went on the bus trip, as you drive up to the landfill on the left-hand side, there's an area called the Borrow area, and that is within the landfill's boundary, or it is landfill land as opposed to reserve. Yeah. So we're thinking it could go there and take up half of the land or 3/4 of the land or something, but in terms of the adventure park, there's a commitment for a car park to go in that same area. Beside it, to the right, as you move up towards landfill, there's more reserve land that could possibly suit either party, but that would require a consent. And then there's a conversation: is it the right thing to have beside, as a car park for a cycle track, the right thing to have beside a C&D area? But anyway, so that was the preferred sort of site. There are 3 other sites that I've seen a technical report on within the landfill where you could put the C&D facility. We're not looking elsewhere because if you think it's a landfill anyway, so people bringing that sort of material, we're used to industrial people, trucks and things going there. I don't think we'd want to put it in some other area of Porirua. So if we can't get that site, we'll find another site on the landfill.
Okay.
The only, so you'll make a decision about the mountain bike business case.
Yeah.
And we have a grant from MFE for $1.5 million for C&D machinery. We can work out what machinery we need and order it. So that grant shouldn't be in jeopardy. But I'd rather be starting to build some buildings, some sheds and things.
Did the adventure park also not secure funding for the car park that you're talking about?
I think it's part of the... No, it doesn't, no.
So what was their funding for? I thought it was for toilets and car parks in that area and an overbridge.
We secured through the chair, we secured a grant for $1.4 million that requires us to match that to complete the car parks. And the expectation would be that the Porirua Adventure Park folks paid that 50% matching funding.
Okay. Just wanted some clarity on that. And then the last question was, it seems like there's a pretty significant amount that would be needed for these facilities to go in, and I think it's great. But you've got in there that you're exploring other funding opportunities, so that the ratepayers aren't going to bear that weight. Sort of, I suppose. What are those funding opportunities?
So when you think of the 3 things being talked about, the C&D facility, I think we're okay there with what we've got in the LTP and our grant. Organics, we should be all right with money, and we just don't know where the organics facility will be, but we've got other councils interested in that, particularly Wellington. And there may be commercial parties, and we don't want, I don't think, the organics facility in Porirua. Organics says to me that it could be smelly. We have some problems with odours already. So and it's starting with commercial and then residential. So we'll see how that gets through. There's a business case being done where 3 councils are contributing to it. So that should be winding up shortly. The one that's, where the funding difficulty really gets into is this resource recovery park, what the facilities we've got there need to be modernised and things need to be put in place. Nigel has told me that this is the area that MFE are making money available throughout New Zealand through the waste levy, and it's big money, and we want to be in first. So we're doing the preparatory work on the basis that MFE are watching us closely. The relationship's been going pretty well with Porirua City Council in a number of areas with MFE, and if we can tap into their funding, that's what we will be doing. We do not have LTP funding. We can make some funding available through the landfill account, but that's where we'll be going.
Councillor Filo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just wanted some clarity, please, Andrew. You were talking about the funding being, what I thought I heard was that it was fine. But I'm looking at page 150 under risks, and it's mentioned funding, and it's mentioned that the timeline is not met, which may raise issues for security of the funding. Can you just give some clarity about that, please?
Certainly, through the chair, the 1.5 million that MFE has given us for a C&D facility, that's a finite grant. The money has to be spent. So the plan would be to secure a site, build some buildings, and then put the equipment in the buildings that MFE are funding with the 1.5 million. They're just funding the equipment. We're waiting around to finalise the site and haven't built the buildings, but what I said orally was there is no reason why we couldn't put the order in for the equipment. We could secure it somewhere up at the depot, put it in containers or something. We are not going to see that 1.5 million vanish. We will, make sure we secure the equipment in advance. So it's a minimal risk from my point of view.
So is that 1.5 million grant, is that the terms to get it, are they similar to the 1.5 million grant that's been offered for the adventure park that we have to put money in as well, or is it just a straight grant that we receive?
I'd like to say it's a straight grant, but it will be conditional on us going ahead and doing something for C&D. So they know, MFE know we've got, I think I've got there, how much, at least 3 million in the LTP. It may have 50-50, but we've got the money in the LTP. We want to go ahead and do it. Plan B is we'll just go to the second best site on the landfill and make it happen there.
Thank you.
Councillor Duncan.
So the region, the networks project partners are Hutt City, Kapiti, Wellington and us. But in the organics, there's no Kapiti. Why is that?
Through the chair, I'd have to go back to Nigel on that. I'd have to ask. I'm looking at Councillor Hayward may know.
I think the answer might be that Kapiti Coast does not currently have any assets regarding waste minimisation, waste collection. It's entirely handled by the private sector. So their council doesn't have their toes in the water in this space currently. I have a partai.
Was that everything from you, Councillor Zang? Yeah, Councillor Hayward.
So you've noted that the business case is, on track. It's only a few days before June 2023. Can officers give some idea of when councillors will be able to eyeball something regarding this business case?
Next couple of months, next month. I think, again, I haven't got the forward program here, but I'm pretty sure we've got officer, senior waste officer, minimisation officer, whatever, Emily Chu in front of us. We're agreeing to a regional waste management minimisation plan. That's gone through to you. You've signed off on that, and you signed off about the consultation. Emily's going to come back with our action plan. I'll make sure some of that action plan's got this in it.
Kathleen, did you have another question, or is your hand still up from before?
Sorry, no, I just didn't put it down.
No worries. Okay, this brings us to our final item, I believe, Whitford Brown's Parimasa Corridor Program. Councillor Wehapi.
Thank you. Along similar lines to Councillor Duncan regarding the length of time that it has taken, I believe that the Whitford Brown Okawai Road intersection has been going on for a long time now. It's been in the last couple of long-term plans, 2016, I think is when I remember it, and Councillor Ford and I were, and yeah, exactly. Couple of things, along with the residents who have been wanting something to happen in that space for so long, we've talked about how we've had to put it on the back burner because of our budgets and budget restraints. I see now by reading this report that we are now at the stage where it's going to cost a lot more than projected, which we knew about, but yet we've left it this long to do it in the first place. So it's a little bit frustrating from a point of view of someone like myself who have tried to, really advocate on behalf of that actual project, along with everybody else that supported it, including Councillor Lega around the table. And now, it's incredibly frustrating. And I would have thought that the improvements to the Whitford Brown Papakōwhai intersection would be done before this shared pathway project. The other question I had, and I do understand that we've been given $7.2 million. The other question I had was, is Waka Kotahi going to be putting any money into the Whitford Brown Papakōwhai intersection? Because I do believe that you were having conversations with them at the time.
Yeah, through the chair, understand your frustrations. So Christian Jensen is project managing both projects, so there'll be an integration. The Whitford Brown Papakōwhai Road, Calibre is our designer. They should be finishing the work about now. So that's the design, taking into account how you get people across the roads, etc. And Christian gave you a presentation on where he was heading with that work, so you understand a bit of that. So the next thing he had to do was get it out to tender to get something constructed. That's yet to happen. And now that we've got the 7.2, we want to use it wisely. So we've gone out, we've appointed WSP to design that, and wanted to make sure that happened within budget. There are no cost blowouts in the design work so far. So Waka Kotahi supporting us in both. The question will be, and then probably alluded to in the paper, that increasing costs are we ahead in terms of the LTP with the money to actually build the thing, or do we have to wait till the next LTP? So we would have had our share for construction, Waka Kotahi would have had their share, but it'll be, what's the cost escalation? Is it manageable? Is it affordable? And I don't have that answer for you yet. But it's sitting there now that we've done the work. It's a priority to do. So I'd love to get on and get it underway now. If it has to wait till the next LTP, then it'll be a top off the top shelf to get it done.
That doesn't really give me. Yeah, sure. I appreciate your answer. But, it's just, man, that's frustrating.
I understand you're getting the design
frustrating
work
for the
doesn't mean
residents.
much for people.
Yeah, because, we've got residents coming to us now saying, what's happening? And now all of a sudden it seems to be like this shared pathway is going to take precedence over something that's been an issue for quite some time.
Mayor Baker.
Just a quick question. Did we ever work out how many car parks we're going to lose because of this pathway? This cycleway, sorry? Because down the end towards Parramatta, you can't fit it in, so...
Oh, I'd have to come back to you on that.
Yeah,
I
could
can
you
remember
come
the
back?
workshop. Yeah. No, I haven't heard anything
That
about
would be
losing
all
car
the
parks.
car parks for the train, so it's just a bit random. Come back to me, no worry.
Were there any other Councillor Lega?
Oh, sorry, the question following on from what Kylie says, I would have thought, I understand the integration of these two projects, I would have thought that once the design work around the two intersections, Papakowhai, Whitford Brown, Okawai, Whitford Brown. Once that design work was done, then those lights could go ahead before the pathway went ahead. Doesn't have to go, I wouldn't have thought it would have to go hand in hand. You're only talking about those.
No, yeah, through the chair, I totally agree with you. You're right. All I'm trying to do is use a grant of 7.2 million wisely, and if some of that 7.2 helped us out at the southern side of the project, then we'd grab it. Do you understand where I'm coming from there? But
Yeah.
I'm not in any way delaying our original project just because we got a grant for 7.2.
Okay, I hope, yeah.
Are there any final questions? No? All right. So again, reminding everyone that we're just accepting this report. There aren't any decisions being made. So that in mind, I will put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Opposed? That is carried. That brings us to the end of our formal business today. Jeff, I will invite you to lead us for the karakia.
Kia ora no, everybody. I hope those who are listening in, I hope you've made it to the end. Congratulations. So sing along with us, or speak along, or recite along with us. Toru whā, kia horo te marino, kia whakapapa pounamu te moana. He huarahi mā tātou e te rangi nei. Aroha atu, aroha mai, tātou ia tātou katoa, hui e, tae ki e, kia ora, kia pai tōki.
Thanks very much, everyone. Just a very quick note. Ian Gear has stayed to the end. I spoke to him before. There was something he wanted to touch on that he didn't talk about in his presentation before. We're outside the formal meeting now, obviously, but I've let him know I'll have a chat with him after the meeting. I realise we've gone late if anyone does have to go, but if you've got a